Like, good morning. Oh, hi. I was planning to be on earlier, but I fucking fell asleep. Thank you again to Follow Us Gaming. The follow. Um, Let me change the stream. Oh shit, I didn't. No, I did. Well, that's fine. YouTube's doesn't ever save the last game you were doing, so I don't have to worry about that. Uh, let's work on this a little more. Try to finish the flats, maybe. Ugh. Takes so long. I'm still trying to figure out what I want here. I've been looking at backgrounds in Brock games, but I think I need one actually for reference to kind of give my brain. Like, maybe I'll do this since this is my own little fanfiction. This will be inside Brock's apartment. Brock and Graf's apartment. Or I forgot. I haven't beat the game yet, so I can't say for sure. I think I know the story, but I think I know what happens in the end. I don't know. There's a canon ending, and then there's like 1,000 different other endings or some shit. I don't like multiple paths that much. I hope if there's a sequel that Cow, what's her name? Cow Games? Cow? Cat Cow. Cat Cow doesn't have such dark paths. I don't know. It feels unnecessary. I almost want to make a video about it. Because I hope they would like. I mean, I'm not trying to like hate on them. I was a little bit more angry about it at first, but then like I thought on it, and like it's not that big of a deal. It is just a game, but I don't like that you can beat up everybody in the game. That's kind of why I'm. This is what kind of made me draw this picture. Just the fact that you can beat up Odd at some point or any point. I forget how exactly. I'd have to look at the ending again. I think there's 2 points Odd can die, maybe more, but I think Odd can die. I graph just because you're a sadistic asshole and you beat him to death, and the rats can kill Odd if you are too aggressive when they capture you in a way that's kind of odd. So or maybe this can just be a dojo. Because I'm looking at it now. Let me look at another background real quick. Let me put some music on. Let me watch something. I was watching something, I think. For me,
Should we rehearse one more time?
To me, it's shocking that such an important new saga in the hands of a large company would wing it,
Wow.
so to speak. And therein was the problem. When I first talked about The Phantom Menace, it was only 10 years after it was released. The big movie out at the time happened to be Star Trek 2009 by J.J. Abrams and friends. Now, this was not a great Star Trek film, but it was a fun space adventure filled with action, emotion, and excitement.
All she's got isn't good enough!
To me, it felt more like a Star Wars movie and less like a Star Trek movie.
Take over. Ben, tell him I'm
Now, JJ did a fine job directing The Force Awakens, but the script was essentially a rehash, a reboot, retelling, reimagining, restart, whatever you want to call it.
Mm.
Even James Cameron knew it.
I don't want to say too much about the film.
Yeah,
'cause
definitely.
I also have a lot of respect for J.J. Abrams, and I want to see where they're taking it next. You know, see what they're doing with it.
I'm all the Jedi.
From the perspective of a company that just paid a fortune for this brand name, they needed a movie that had all the elements that made Star Wars successful before.
They looked at the stories and they said, we want to make something for the fans.
You don't kick everything off with a dark and weirdly off-putting movie that will frighten children.
What happened?
Or something that's too specific. You have a gender-swapped Luke, a cute droid, bad guys that are different, but familiar. And throw in some nostalgia, too.
Is there a big, giant, planet-sized weapon in Force Awakens? Yes. And does it blow up? It does blow up. And so there are undeniable, parallels. I very purposely wanted to sort of revisit the old in order to start and tell the new. And that was the challenge. And again, for those who hate it, I could not respect your opinion more. And for those who love it, I question your sanity.
The film was fun and acceptable, but we were really excited to see where they went next. The problem was they didn't know where they were going next. Anyone with half a brain would have known they needed to plan out the story for the sequel trilogy ahead of time given the stakes. But nope. They rushed that film out so fast it was like launching a roller coaster. But the rest of the track wasn't done being built. Then Kathleen Kennedy said she had a 5-minute meeting in a tiny broom closet with Ryan Subvert Your Expectations Johnson. When they came out of the meeting, she said, "He's our guy for the next film." Now, I don't want to be cynical. That's not my thing. But I have a feeling that in addition to saying all the platitudes like he loves Star Wars, it changed his life, and he's loved it ever since he was a baby and all that crap, he probably also told her that we can't have these elderly whites be the heroes again.
He was coming from a place of a filmmaker in 1977, and we're filmmakers in 2019, and a lot has changed in the world.
The generation of people that watched Luke, Han, and Leia are aging out. We gotta get to the kids. If you want your Star Wars to thrive, you've gotta skew younger. Have diverse characters. Have a glaringly obvious lesbian who tells the hot alpha male that he's an idiot. Hint at a gay or straight romance to come. But no sex. Sex makes Zoomers cringe. No creepy macho white cis-het alpha male stuff either. Oh, and add an Asian gal too. Haven't had one in the Star Wars yet. And no kids.
I haven't had one in the Star Wars yet.
It can only be done with permission or it's SA and problematic. Sex? Absolutely not. What were you thinking, bro? Also, kill your main bad guy to shock the audiences and ensure you've fucked yourself, story-wise. Don't forget to add social commentary on the wealth gap, too. People love that. Especially kids. Kids love seeing a universe where they could potentially be slaves. Now, The Last Jedi left them in a position where they didn't have their big bad Snoke anymore. So what do we do now? I don't know. Oh, God. What do we do? Get JJ back. He'll only do it if he could write it? Sure, have him write it, too. Slap together something with the Emperor. We haven't used him yet.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
But the Emperor died. Who cares? Just finish it. Pocket dimension with 10 million Star Destroyers? Sure. Palpatine clones in jars? Why not? Wait. We've never had a black female character in Star Wars. We forgot about that demographic. Hurry, shove one in there.
We don't have the time.
Or the choice.
Now what do we do with all these goddamn characters we shoved in these movies? Have them ride horses in space. What about Rose and the romance between her and Finn? Or a romance between Finn and Poe?
We're gonna do this. Yeah?
Also no sex. Sex makes Zoomers cringe. Wait, did Rey and Kylo Ren have sex? Oh no, they fell in love and they kissed. That's not gonna age well. Oh wait, he died. Who cares? But I can they kissed on the lips. And maybe went further because they made babies. Ew, ultra sus and cringe. This isn't gonna age well.
Ultra sus and
Wanna
cringe.
bone the horse girl? Who cares? Let's just finish this shit so we could start making shows. Hurry up.
Finish this shit so we can start making shows.
Now, I've said all this crap before in one way or the other, so what's my point? I'm bringing this back to the prequels. The recent rethinking of the Star Wars prequels doesn't really come from a place of discovering that they were really great and misunderstood films. I mean, sure, you can explain away anything, really, as having a secret meaning or intention, like a horoscope, or the quatrains of Nostradamus. You can interpret that in any way you want. The act of going back to the prequels and saying that they were really good is partially nostalgia from those who were children at the time.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
But it's also a rejection of the modern Disney era and the corpo think of it all. With the prequels, George Lucas was in charge. He was the visionary of those films, and despite all their flaws and cracks and the terrible decisions he made, those movies were his. And this younger generation might be skewing back towards pure art that's flawed, rather than shiny but soulless corporate products. Now, many years out from the conclusion of the sequel franchise, I can honestly say I can't recall much from those films. Maybe BB-88, the soccer ball. I remember Rey made some kind of weird gray bread, and then she lived in an old AT-AT walker. There was a cartoon creature with butthole eyes, and someone rode a horse to a casino planet. I certainly remember Zombie Palpatine, but this I don't remember. Or this? Or this?
It was all for nothing.
Yeah.
All we've done. All this time.
But the visuals and characters...
Disney bought us and it was all over.
Memorable. Got Darth Maul, Gungans, battle droids, Dexter Jetster, Palpy being Palpy, long neck guy, arena monsters with cartoon /cat, Jedi Council room, salamander dreadlock guy, clone making aliens from the water planet, gooberfish, Obi-Wan floats, Bingo Fett, Obi-Wan silly spaceship, Count Dooku, Mace Windu cuts off Boba Fett's head, and of course, Jar Jar Binks. Movies and franchises today are less and less run by a singular weird and embarrassing man, run by committees.
We couldn't be more thrilled to present the exciting new series, Willow.
And teams of market research people, focus groups, and pollsters that all meet up at a fascist political rally to pump up their base.
I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Doesn't that feel so good?
Would Disney put a third-rate CGI Count Chocula in a film? Probably not. So what the prequel revisionists are saying is that if you squint...
Good.
Would...
And the Force is with me. Doesn't that feel so good? The Force. One with the Force, and the Force is with me. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Doesn't that feel so good?
Would Disney put a third-rate CGI Count Chocula in a film? Probably not. So what the prequel revisionists are saying is that if you squint really hard, you could see what George was going for, which was odd and different, and attempting to say something about good and evil in a new way. Evil in the original trilogy was black and white. In the prequels, it was something that was creeping and hidden. While this is a good idea in theory, it was still not well achieved in my opinion. The attempt is more admirable than recycled shiny corpo slop. Number 4. Star Wars continues and continues and continues.
Luke Skywalker has jumped from the entertainment page to the front page of North America's newspapers. You can't escape from Star Wars mania.
Star Wars has morphed from a worldwide cultural phenomenon to a business model for a streaming platform.
What happens when there's something new? People have a tendency to overdo it. They abuse it.
But I hear you say, movies have always been a business. Yes, that's true. Movies need to make money to be made in the first place. But I think if you ask every person on
That's how it works.
in the 1970s and 80s,
That's exactly like the only reason they make Buzzbee, like anything really, like Buzzbee 4D, they're only making it to make money. They're not making it because there's this like devoted Buzzbee fan base that they're hoping, I mean, they are hoping that they buy it. But I guess there's enough for them to like justify making one. But if Buzzbee didn't exist, like if he wasn't just like some corporate thing, he wouldn't be what he is. And the fact that he's like so modernized and they changed his design, he has like kind of a unbuttoned suit and a tie now. It's just so random. I'm not trying to hate on it either, but it's a corporate. It's basically Atari is molding Buzzbee for the newer generation, which wants him to look like that.
probably would have heard of Star Wars. Ask anyone to name.
Like Disney's molding Luke Skywalker to be a fucking cringe, dead old man drinking blue alien titty milk. It's like that's what these corporations do. They mold the characters that already exist into their own image. If that makes sense. If that doesn't sound too pretentious.
Darth Vader, and they probably could. Even precious starving African children. There was a movie in subsequent good. They probably would have. But I think if you asked every person on Earth in the 1970s and 80s, they probably would have heard of Star Wars. Ask anyone to name Darth Vader, and they probably could. Even precious starving African children.
We know what Darth Vader is.
Subsequent trilogy of movies and characters the world embraced and shared together, like the Beatles or Elvis or polio. In more recent times, especially since the pandemic, most of Star Wars is on the Disney Plus streaming app, which are primarily only series now, just to keep you subscribed. And if you have the Disney Plus app, you can watch all the Star Wars you want, movies and shows. Pre-pandemic, Disney did some shows, but mainly alternated between spin-off movies with the sequel trilogy entries. There was Star Wars The Force Awakens, Rogue One, a Star Wars story, Star Wars The Last Jedi, Solo, a Star Wars story, Star Wars Resistance, Mandalorian, Star Wars.
It was kind of fun at first, because I was trying to get into it, because Rogue One was really good.
Star Wars.
Like, we had that first, it was kind of like, okay, whatever, they're trying to do it, let's see where this goes.
Force Awakens.
That came out, that was, I don't know, it just felt right. Having a prequel movie like that. And it felt fun. But then,
Rogue One, a Star Wars story, Star Wars The Last Jedi.
I didn't watch that. I still haven't watched that yet. I never watched Han Solo.
Solo, a Star Wars,
And then-
Star Wars Resistance, Mandalorian, Star Wars Rise of Skywalker. Then post-pandemic,
I couldn't get into the Mandalorian.
exclusive to Disney Plus. The Book of Boba Fett, Star Wars,
That sucks.
Bad Batch, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Andor, Star Wars Tales of the Jedi, Ashka, Star Wars Tales of the Empire, The Acolyte, Skeleton Crew, Star Wars Tales of the Underworld. Now, a dear colleague of mine once suggested that the Star Wars brand should make exclusive movies for smaller private audiences and charge way more than a normal movie ticket.
And then to see the film, we charge each person between $150 and $200.
Do it.
And essentially, that kind of became true. That's what Disney Plus basically is. I'll let that same colleague of mine explain further. Hello, it's me, Scientist Man. As of this record,
If they wanna put horsepower subscriptions on BMW or Volkswagens, they should make people spend $200 to see Star Wars.
there are 126 million worldwide subscribers to Disney Plus. That makes up about 1.57% of the world's population. Here are the numbers broken down by country.
Where? Does this count towards my court-ordered community service?
Yes. India, 52 million. United States, 42 million. Brazil, 8 million. The United Kingdom, 7.5 million. Mexico, 6 million. Indonesia, 6 million. Germany, 5 million. Who cares? Now, are people in India really digging on the multiverses of Marvel? Watching Inside Out, Star Wars, or perhaps other Disney products? Sure, maybe some of them are. But the high subscriber rate is due to the fact that in India, Disney has paired up with Hotstar, and that's the only way they can watch cricket.
Now into the final of the World Cup 2023.
It's kind of like Disney pairing up with ESPN here in the US. It's all business, you see. Smoke and mirrors, bundled subscriptions and lies. The US does come in second with 42 million subscribers, but out of that number, how many of those subscribers are just soccer moms looking to put on Disney Plus for their kids to watch while they do laundry and dishes?
I only have Disney Plus because I signed up 2 years ago and forgot my password. I wish somebody would wash my dishes.
Now, if you break that 126 million figure down even further by what percentage of people are watching what on Disney Plus, according to my research and calculations, about 20%, now let's be kind, 40% of all Disney Plus users subscribe to the service just to watch Star Wars products.
I like Star Wars. Me too!
Shut up. So now, if you calculate that out of the 126 million worldwide Disney Plus
Star Wars? Me too!
Shut up. So now, if you calculate that out of the 126 million worldwide Disney Plus subscribers, only 50.4 million of them are watching Star Wars products exclusively, that makes the global population of Star Wars watchers on the Disney Plus streaming app 0.63%. That's less than 1%. So Star Wars really has become a private product meant for the world's elite rich 1%, bitch. So I guess my point is a whole chunk of the global population can't afford a Disney Plus monthly streaming service. But even poor people can see a movie every now and then. Even starving African children. Movies were escapism even during the Great Depression. In the olden days, TV shows were free, as long as you had a TV that was in range of a broadcast signal, and you could go see a movie of your choice for a nickel. Now things are different, very different, and essentially Disney has done just what I suggested. Make premier content for the world's elite population, just like their theme parks.
Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is the first of its kind experience in the world. It's an immersive adventure. It is part interactive game. It is part live action role play. It's part
people have a tendency to overdo it.
Things kind of rolled into one in a package that hopefully presents to you a seamless, organic Star Wars adventure. We want you to really feel like you're a character in Star Wars and really having a meaningful impact on what happens.
Now, obviously, out of all this content, there's way too much to get into. People either love it or hate it.
What was the point of that scene?
And boy, oh boy, do they sure love to talk about it.
And like that game,
it's happened.
The Mandalorian, deep fake Luke, Baby Yoda, or Baby Grok, or whatever it's called. The lame, slow, fat Boba Fett, Obi-Wan's fish market, Ayane Mundi's birthday, Yoda, or Baby Grok, or whatever it's called, the lame, slow, fat Boba Fett, Obi-Wan's fish market, Coyote Mundi's birthday party, Darth Vader grabbing a spaceship when he didn't grab a spaceship before, Leia's lame chase scene from Flea. I don't know what Asuka was, but some kind of alien. But in any case, Disney continues to throw spaghetti at the wall with all these shows and movies and planning of them and announcing them. You see, announcements help to gather interest ahead of time.
ここ日本なので、日本の雰囲気のあるお祭り感覚で一緒に写真が撮れる、そういう空間を明日は作るので、ぜひカメラを持って。
When Patty Jenkins was hot off her Wonder Woman movie, they announced she was going to direct something called Rogue Squadron. Remember that? I guess she was going to do it because her father was a fighter pilot? Some of this shit could be rumor or speculation, or even just stuff that was on the table but eventually scrapped.
I would imagine a lot of people have been waiting to hear, what are we doing with Star Wars movies?
Let's take a look. Remember all of this? Colin Trevorrow was to direct Episode 9, and it was going to be called Duel of the Fates. Guillermo del Toro, Jabba the Hutt movie.
We had the rise and fall of Jabba the Hutt, so I was super happy.
What happened? Guillermo and Star Wars and you seems like a no-brainer to greenlight. What happened?
There was just a lot of going on at Lucasfilm at the time.
Cancel Game of Thrones guys Star Wars trilogy. Cancel Rian Johnson's Star Wars trilogy. Failed Rangers of the New Republic. Scrapped Kevin Feige produced Star Wars movie rumor.
What's up with the Star Wars movie? Is it happening? I know that's like, is it happening?
Any Star Wars movie?
Yours.
No. Damon Lindelof's elderly Rey Skywalker movie. Not happening. A different Rey Skywalker movie.
I'm very thrilled to be continuing this journey.
Postponed indefinitely. But to me, out of the stuff that actually got made, the most interesting of the new Star Wars, from a critical and cultural point of view, is certainly Andor and The Acolyte. And since you're watching this video, it means you're probably in the literal 1%er bubble with me. Let's talk about them. Now, these two shows made waves, but for very different reasons. Let's get into it. First up, The Acolyte.
Yes, yes.
Oops.
Hi Harry, it's George Lucas, creator of the Star Wars saga, calling you again. Listen, man, you gotta do me a solid here. You know, I mean, you're comparing Star Wars, you know, my saga. You're comparing that to the Acolyte, Bantha Poodoo. You know, this space witch claptrap bullshit. I mean, are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding. You're killing me. You're just killing me. All right, listen. All right, you win. You know what I mean? You got the higher ground. Okay. All right. You made your point. Just please, you gotta stop this whole project. It's just I can't. I have nothing to do with this. You know, Disney, just a bunch of white slavers. They totally shut me out. I had some great ideas for the new Star Wars pictures, and they didn't want anything to do with that. And this is what they came up with? Are you serious? This forbidden love with some couple of annoying twin girls who know how to do the Force, and some Asian Jedi. You think you can't understand what Jar Jar's saying? I couldn't understand a word that guy was saying. You know, I know he's a great.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Number 5, Gen Alpha is rethinking The Acolyte. It's true. Wait, is it? Those articles are already in the works, set to be written a few years from now. Trust me. But yeah, did we all rush to judge The Acolyte too quickly? When The Acolyte came out, the microphone bros were quick to get mad about it.
The power of many. The witches. So many people left after that episode.
Witches are now making children without men.
Baseline, fundamental storytelling elements.
It doesn't say anything. Usually it would say born right here.
doesn't say anything about Bourne on Wikipedia. They're trying very hard to cover for this.
Most of it's just regurgitating exposition. You know.
It's not as bad as Book of Boba Fett yet, but it's well on its way. It's on its way.
How dare this lesbian make a Star War?
I think it's given that R2-D2 is a lesbian.
How dare no one invite them to Coyote Mundi's birthday party?
But the biggest point is that this motherfucker
Why is everyone so anti-lesbian?
be alive. This show takes place over 130 years BBY, before the Battle of Yavin. The problem is, Ki-Adi-Mundi shouldn't have been born for another 40 years.
A fat Jedi? Soy boy Jedi? Black chick never changed her hairstyle since she was 8. Oh, great. Now there are 2 of them? But the truth is, The Acolyte is actually the closest thing to the prequels since, well, the prequels. Generally speaking, I think people aren't really sure what they want from Star Wars. Something new and different, or more of the same. More of the same can be comforting, and new and different can be challenging at first, but once settled into, can become a comfort. Now, remember when I read that list of shows and movies that came out since Disney took over? We had a seemingly endless slew of rehashed stuff and characters and things we knew and recognized in the form of Boba Fett's and Luke's and Stormtroopers and AT-ATs and Darth Vaders, X-Wings, Death Stars, and Star Wars porn, IG-88s and Obi-Wans fighting Vaders again. Was some of it pretty good? Sure. Was a lot of it kind of meh? Yeah. Then came along The Acolyte. Set in the year negative 10,000 BBY or whatever, 100 years before the prequels. First of all, thank goodness. We probably won't run into too many things we know and recognize, except for a little cameo by Yoda and Kool-Aid Mundi. But the harsh response to The Acolyte came in part by the idea that the show had somehow made Star Wars woke, but also that the idea the Jedi could somehow be corrupted or be capable of maintaining a conspiracy was blasphemy. I mean, I don't know. Setting aside the canon from the novels and games and whatnot, what did we really know about the Jedi from the original trilogy and the prequels?
They want me to spy on the Chancellor. This assignment is not to be on record.
Obi-Wan told us that the Jedi were the guardians of truth and justice and the American way.
For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic.
We learned in the prequels that the Jedi are a bunch of weird people that have purged emotions in order to run around and meddle in other people's affairs. Sort of outdated part of the Republic. They took kids away from their parents and raised them in what looked to me like a weird religious cult. All of this, by the way, literally came from Yoda casually tossing out that Luke was, quote, too old to begin the training. That was because he just didn't feel like training him because he was so old and just wanted to die. But for me, after thinking about the events in The Acolyte,
just want to die, I do.
Accidentally killed Osha's ghost mother and decided to never tell her so he could turn her into a Jedi, I'm proud of him. I'm proud of the Jedi conspiracy. That was quite clever. I'm okay with lying. Sure beats the alternative, telling that little girl that you killed her ghost mother, and then have her become so angry she becomes an evil Sith. But it also beats the Jedi sitting around in a circle, being completely useless and unaware that Palpatine is obviously plotting to take over the Republic.
What?
You see, people view the prequels in one of 2 ways. That there's some kind of high art that's filled with literary and philosophical references that are so way out of your league you won't understand them unless you have a PhD.
I don't think so.
Or they're corny, melodramatic, serial sci-fi schlock. I lean towards the latter.
Not again. Obi-Wan's gonna kill me.
In retrospect, I kind of see The Acolyte the same way. When it started, I was shocked at how dumb that first scene was. May walks right into a Western saloon and finds Carrie-Ann Moss chilling with some villains. She hits her in the heart with a little tiny dagger. What? Did that even go through her robes? Kind of poetic, but also kind of silly. And the start
I thought that scene looked dumb. I didn't watch the whole series, but
some gas.
I watched some of the scenes.
Embarrassing. Or it was dumb when Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon
Some just
jumped
look dumb.
in front of
Not the series
battle
itself,
droids
just
to rescue the Queen.
the
I thought they'd do
choreography.
something a little more clever. I think there's a large segment of the audience that wanted more epic Star Wars stuff.
It's garbage, and I expect this score will continue to creep down and down and down because they just can't stop doing retarded things.
They want to see more awesome Jedis doing awesome things, like having
What? You do better.
violence and Darth Death.
I mean, I'm not trying to defend it, but
God was Soy Boy.
they're being really hateful.
Natty, and premature Baldy.
I'm not a big fan, but I'm not
Those illustrated
hating on them
guys could be anyone really.
all the
Long
time.
necks, elderlies, guys with floppy head snakes.
I like to make fun of it ironically.
People, little lady muppets, guys with
Which
snake
means-
legs, tiny creatures that have to work really, really hard to fight someone
I like
who's
it,
6'5".
I
Now,
can
we
still
did
make fun
see
of it
a
and like
tough
it.
male Jedi in the Acolyte, but hey, maybe this guy is like really good at using the Force. Or maybe Fatty was a secret alien. He was large because when it came time to battle, he split into two thinner Jedis, each with two lightsabers. Imagine that. He could fight Darth. What's that guy's name with the 6 arms? Not Plagueis. What's his name? What's that guy's name? That guy with the 6 arms, a robot.
Grievous.
The one shot him in his heart. General Grievous. That's it. He's not a Darth. He's a general, but he has lightsabers. Was it Darth General Grievous? In any case, without getting too into the story, which also paralleled the prequels in themes of conspiracy, creeping evil, secret Sith, and events that lead a child to turn to the dark side, there are many, many similarities that make the prequels and the Acolyte feel like Star Wars kissing cousins or kissing siblings. They're both in visual, plot, and style. Younglings in training, a virgins in the Force. The Force is midichlorians. The Force is lesbian witch magic. Yoda is clueless. Large bugs. A distraught or anxious Padawan leaves on a speeder. Nemoidians. Everyone is stupid and no one knows what's going on. R2-D2 and OSHA both fix a spaceship from the outside. 2 Jedis board a Nemoidian ship. A Force test is given to a child with the picture mind-reading device thing. 2 gals that look the same switch clothes to be deceptive. Shirtless hunks. Hubba hubba. A phantom menace of sorts. Hologram interference about an important message that doesn't get through. Showing off by using the Force or the thread to float around a piece of fruit. A little kid in their journey to the dark side. A big fire. Bunch of Jedi in a fight that eventually gets slaughtered. Soul promises to train Osha. Qui-Gon promises to train Anakin. Secret bad guy attempting to groom a new apprentice.
Who was his father?
Where is their father?
There was no father.
They have no father.
So I'm not quite sure what the Acolyte was attempting to do, to be honest. Or who it was trying to appeal to. Was it trying to be a serious, dramatic Star Wars program? Were the creators just having fun with their own fanfic? Were they trying to do something different with a bit of romance and drama or whatever? I really don't know or care. But after stewing on it, what I do know, it's not as bad as I remember. And Gen Alpha is now revisiting it and reevaluating it after fond memories from their youth. It was cool to jump back 100 years and get away from it all. Kind of like a vacation. It also dealt with what I thought was kind of an interesting subject I haven't seen explored in Star Wars before. What do the Jedi do when a group of thread-using witches start training children? What is the law or ethics of this kind of situation? The Jedi don't own the Force.
Someday those noble intentions
That is cool.
destroy every
For how the extended universe is like dead, like doing new shit like this is what they need to do with the series, and not have like asshole podcasters dictate what you think you should think about the show.
Jedi in the galaxy.
Is that how the Jedi should be? I don't know. Maybe?
You know, I didn't come in and say like, what about baby Han Solo? You know what I mean? Like, it was like, I was like, what I'm really interested in
is I'm really interested in Star Wars from the perspective of the bad guys. Therefore, if we set something earlier in the timeline, something before the prequels, but a little bit after, end of a High Republic, I was like, then the Jedi become, because Star Wars is always about rebels versus institutional threat, right? Underdogs versus huge empire, right? So if we set it then the Jedi become the antagonists. Not the bad guys, but they become the bad guys to the bad guys.
Somebody asked George Lucas, what's his opinion? I really don't know, but it's something different. I mean, the Jedi's had good intentions, but it just went awry, Did it have the best fight choreography? I know some people analyzed the fight choreography and tried to find flaws in it, but I don't care.
Aiming for each other's lightsabers low. Aiming, what are they aiming for at all? They're just aiming for.
I can understand the whole choreography thing because that's part of what brings in the Star Wars audience. Because that's just the fantastical spectacle, I guess you can say. That's too many words to describe it, but it's why people feel that the prequel series is peak entertainment, because you've never seen lightsaber battles like that. Even if you don't like it, at the same time, there was nothing like that. You had more concentrated, slow tempo lightsaber battles in the older series. And then they brought something new, bringing in actual, big time choreography groups and shit. But that's what's missing from a lot of Disney productions. And I feel like that's why I'm not trying to totally laugh at this guy, how flink it is. Though I do know that this is kind of an overkill, putting on, cosplaying. And, I mean, if he was just, sitting down in a room and talking about it and not in the get-up, it'd be less funny. But he's not wrong. The fights just take a step back, and they're more traditional, but there's more time to really critique it, I guess. They're not doing fancy flips and shit to kind of pad out and look really impressive. So that's a big part of what Disney's missing from. They don't know how to make these movies fun. They can tell an okay story, but if no one's enjoying their time while watching it, it's hard to just connect or like these characters, I guess, not connect, because no one in real life is doing. I mean, some people, I guess, can parkour and shit, or acrobats, gymnasts, but people want to see something amazing, not just something they've already seen a million times before. And some of these kids have been watching the Star Wars movies all day, all their lives, just watching Star Wars, nothing but the old fucking movies. And then when they see new stuff and it's just the same, it feels so like a wasted attempt sometimes. And I guess that's why the kids didn't like it at first. But now that they're actually listening to it and the story, and then that's a cool thing. But I don't see anything wrong with critiquing. Because I was in theater, I was with, I had training for fighting on stage. And, you do get a sense for what is going to entertain people and what you need to do. That not every, Plinkett should take a look at Space Cop and look at the choreography and blocking in that film and see, what makes it different from an actual film that's released. I guess his favorite film compared to his own film. And look at blocking, choreography, direction. I don't know. I don't want to shitpost about him, but I don't know. I think it's okay to critique fight scenes. Not necessarily to this extent, but
Nothing as well as the Apprentice lightsabers.
Action.
Jackie wasn't even in that position.
How does a fire spread on concrete or in space? I mean, I'm not one to nitpick, but who gives a fuck?
We're doing Star Wars, baby!
What I know is that I and many others, including John Alpha, are starting to rethink the Acolyte. And in my opinion, I'd like to see more of it.
Hey, set up a perimeter, a 5-click perimeter. And then all of the Jedis just follow each other. They all just start following Basil. There's like 40 people following Basil. And then I
expect a fucking circle. Do you know what a fucking perimeter is?
Yes, yes.
What is wrong with Angry Joe?
Number 6. Andor has ruined Star Wars. And Star Wars has ruined Andor. Andor has ruined Star Wars for me. But wait, you say, I thought it was good. Well, that's the problem. It's too good. Andor was not only the best Star Wars show, but one of the best shows in recent years. Is Rogue One still bad? Yes, very much so. It's horrifically dumb. It doesn't hold a candle to the Andor series. And Andor was smart enough to just replace Jimmy Smits with a totally different actor. They didn't feel the need to make him a dated and embarrassing cartoon. They gave the audience credit for being slightly intelligent. Anyway, Andor is the perfect science fiction
Yeah, CG actors are stupid. Don't make CG actors.
show. A show that accurately reflects the historical struggles of the oppressed and the oppressors that oppress the oppressed. Concepts of tyranny, fascism, bureaucracy, freedom, rebellion, resistance, all without being too on the nose or preachy. And a main character whose arc is very well developed over 2 seasons. Throw in some awesome spy stuff, amazing and smart adult dialogue and situations, fantastic acting, tense and awesome action sequences, and you've got yourself a great fucking show.
What is that?
However, whenever they say Palpatine or Death Star, I laugh.
I spoke with Emperor Palpatine last night.
The show really isn't Star Wars per se. It's a smart dystopian sci-fi show with the Star Wars name on it. When seeing the absolute brutal reality of this universe, and I think back to the wacky adventures of Luke, Han, and Leia, it doesn't quite mesh well. The Flash Gordon serials don't work well as a continuation of 1984. So what's the problem exactly? I guess there really isn't a problem. The show is called Andor because it's about Cassian Andor learning to become a rebel. And while at first he's an opportunist looking out only for himself, he changes into a man that will give the ultimate sacrifice to save others. A sacrifice he gives to a cause. A sacrifice that caused him years and years of endless suffering. Only for a farm boy from Tatooine who has been in space for less than 12 hours to blow up the Death Star and get all the credit. The Andor show is about a very long-term plan to secretly build and power a Death Star.
Luthen was called to an emergency meeting. The source told him he just learned that the Emperor's secret energy project was the cover story for the manufacture of a weapon.
That was designed with a secret flaw by a genius engineer named Galen Erso. So that, wait a minute, I thought Wacky Space Bugs designed the Death Star 20 years ago. Did Galen Erso design those plans and then just add the secret shaft that you had to shoot a torpedo in? The flaw, or he changed the bugs design? I don't know. I can see the plans right there. They're all done. These alien bugs seem... But yeah, all the drama, the sacrifice and death surrounding stopping the Empire, and specifically with Andor stopping the Death Star, and it solved rather quickly. Then to add insult to injury, less than a year later, they've almost got another Death Star built. Then after all that sacrifice, many, many years later, there's another empire called the First Order, with another Death Star that's even bigger. Well, I appreciate what you did, Andor, but, you know, it's like that time I worked at Chili's and they wouldn't give me a raise, so I burned down the building. They just built another Chili's a week later, and then a year later they built a giant Chili's right next door to that Chili's. The only good thing is, while starting that fire, I didn't kill myself in the process. Sorry, Andor, thanks for your sacrifice. Number 7, in conclusion. So what am I saying here? Saying Andor, especially Season 2, is a fantastic show that's so well done, but in the back of my mind it's hard to truly love it, because everything else in Star Wars is so uneven.
Uh-oh. It's not good.
I know in different iterations of Star Wars, these villains are portrayed as everything from horrifically terrifying, to moderately scary, to kind of lighthearted and a bit goofy, to downright silly. Andor and Star Wars Legos exist in the same universe, in the same canon.
Oh, God.
I can't quite wrap my head around that. Like I said earlier, a ship adrift without a captain. The attempts to appeal to all demographics have in essence nullified the art and believability of the Star Wars universe. It's like in Star Trek. From the original series all the way to Star Trek Enterprise, they kept the universe and canon mostly intact, with a few forgivable exceptions.
Those are Klingons?
They are Klingons. And it is a long story.
Then everything changed post Star Trek 2009 and onward. From singing and dancing, to bizarre misunderstandings of canon, to puppets. Everything turned into shit. In Star Wars after Disney, it was kind of the same thing, minus the spaceships and locations. At least they respected all of that. I love the look of Andor and the 1970s technology. No need to add this kind of bullshit and fuck with something that was just perfect. There is no reimagined Millennium Falcon from one time period or different universe or any shit like that. It's the same damn ship and it always looks the same. I guess as most movie franchises expand, they start to fall apart. This is really nothing new. Different creatives, different artists, different writers, different attempts to appeal to different demographics, blah, blah, blah. Nothing can be truly perfect. Along the way, someone will always fuck something up. But what are next for Star Wars? A Mandalorian and Grogu movie? Star Wars Starfighter? Dawn of the Jedi movie? More Filoni baloney? A new Jedi Order movie? I don't know. More shows, more cartoons. So is it all becoming too much? Too quickly? What's the point of an endless struggle against the Empire, Second Order, Third Order? When does this shit stop? But this is all just my opinion. Clearly, there are people that still watch and love Star Wars content. And I think you can fill a convention hall with a group of people obsessed with anything, really. A large crowd of weird, obsessed people certainly makes your brand look better. It's kind of like a political rally. But hey, if it makes all of them happy and they truly love this stuff, then fantastic. And if Disney has found a way to not oversaturate the market and turn Star Wars into a viable and profitable product, well, fine too. Will it ever be as magical as it once was? No. It's all just become way too much for me, and I can't keep up with it anymore. Farewell, Star Wars. It's been fun. You made me happy for a while. But you know the saying, all good things must come to an end.
Hey, wait, with you now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh!
We can also experiment. As you can see, there's a huge amount of variety to what we're doing. We can move through timelines, even though we want to make sure that these stories actually continue to
coming
inform
early
what's
next
come
year, there's
before,
going to be
but
an
also
all-new
surprise us
audio
what
original,
happens further
and it's
down the
entitled The
timeline.
Battle
So
of Jeddah.
That's what we aspire to. That's what
The LEGO Star Wars Summer 2025 wave has quickly become one of, if not the most controversial in the entire theme's history. This is due to a couple of main.
We've got a working transport crane that can lower
This
to the
week
ground.
and every week, tune in for This Week in Star Wars. But in my world, nerds are shit. Kristen Baver. Check out all the Star Wars news. It's a new year, and that means new stories in Star Wars.
That's right.
I question your sanity.
Get out of here.
Too dang so people have a tendency to overdo it. They abuse it.
Reminds me of my friend who I used to make content with.
People who are neurodivergent in some ways, as I am, we recognize a lot of ourselves in droids.
You know, I actually do really like sand.
Look what you have made.
You know, I actually do really like sand.
Look what you have made.
With a CT number inside the game.
We'll always be with you.
Wild. Yeah, they had to link it in a while. Like a Star Wars blanket like that. Oh, excuse me. Let's take a little bio break in a second. That was a good video, though. One second, I was wondering about doing watching something else. But... I'm just gonna go to a little Donkey Kong bumper and I'll be right back.
You choose her or not choose her. With a skip of heart. She's one cool, calm, DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style. He has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK. Donkey Kong. Finally, He's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Huh. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper heart, she's one cool calm. Her DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on, with his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK, Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this comes one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper heart, she's one cool, calm, DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style. He has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK. Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, nuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah.
I'm back. Challenge.
Webcam real? I recently visited www.seemerot.com, which is a live webcam inside a coffin that is taping a woman in her 40s who passed away from natural causes. Something isn't right here. They claim it's real, but there is very loose wording under the disclaimer. Someone please help clear this up. Is it a hoax? There seems like there are too many loose ends here. There has to be more to the story than this. Visiting this site today leads to an Australian fashion and lifestyle blog that has nothing to do with what this post was talking about. Fortunately, this domain has been extensively archived by the Wayback Machine over the years, allowing us to go back in time and see how it used to look in August of 2003. And sure enough, it was just as bizarre as the OP mentioned in their post. Its logo was the site's name over a picture of a coffin, with an ominous caption tagline reading, "Being dead and buried doesn't mean you can't have friends over." Below this was a supposed live view from within a coffin, featuring two cameras pointed at the deceased face and feet. Live streaming video over the internet wasn't really a thing back then, so these were more akin to images that were updated periodically. These images were too low res and hard to decipher, even for 2003 standards, hinting that this whole thing might have been nothing more than a hoax. But less than a month later, the site's owner replaced them with a much clearer picture of the person in the coffin. It showed what was supposed to be the final resting place of a young woman in a light blue button-up shirt. This new feed also refreshed every 10 seconds with an updated picture. However, the most disturbing part of this website wasn't the coffin stream, but the description beside it. It opened with the site's owner providing a detailed play-by-play of what exactly they did to get this live preview, stating, "Welcome to seemerot.com. This site is dedicated to all who have gone before us. 2 months ago, we attached the world's first live coffin cams to the interior of our subject's casket. This was done after friends and family had seen the deceased for the last time. We then traveled over 2,000 miles with the casket to the family's chosen burial place, undisclosed to protect gravesite. Having arrived at the graveyard, a small ceremony was held, after which the final preparations were made to our transmitting hardware and lighting units. All went according to plan at first, and the casket was lowered just after lunchtime, April 15th, 2003. Cam tests were carried out at the site and the grave was sealed. We then set off back to our office in the heart of Seattle. This description ended with the site's owner urging readers to contact them if they wanted a coffin cam for their loved ones as well. So the whole purpose of this site appeared to be an advertisement for their disturbing service, which left visitors with more questions than it answered. Like, who in their right mind would want to see the decay of their friends and family after their passing? But while people were figuring that out, SeeMeRot.com became a phenomenon on the early internet, with people talking about it on forums, prompting even more flock to the site out of sheer curiosity. It even got picked up by mainstream media like the QI, or Quite Interesting show from the UK. The biggest question most visitors had, however, was whether it was actually legit. Were these images really from the inside of a coffin? Well, as it turned out, SeeMeRot.com was nothing more than a hoax.
Oh, wow.
Some savvy users quickly figured out that the live preview wasn't live at all. Instead, it was the looping GIF of a still image that went in and out of focus to emulate a live digital camera from that era. This also explains why the supposed body didn't change one bit in the 10 years the site was up. But this begs the question, why? Why would someone go through the effort of setting up a whole website centered around this false premise? The creator even went as far as to add a legal section with disclaimers about how this was all being done with consent, all in an effort to make it seem more legit. One of the first explanations that comes to mind is that this was an art project of sorts. Though, a closer look at this site suggests that its creation was driven more by profit than by artistic intent. You see, this site has had advertisements on its homepage, often for adult content from its inception, something that was very common in the early internet days. A site called the Museum of Hoaxes even managed to track down the site's registration address to some adult business in West Hollywood, California. Put simply, the creator of SeeMeRot.com created this hoax to entice visits from around the world and then leverage those visits to earn money from sponsors. As for the images featured on the site, who these people are is still unknown, but they were likely taken by the creators themselves, possibly one of their friends, as I wasn't able to find any record of them on the internet from before the site went up. SeeMeRot.com was ultimately shut down in 2013. It has since changed owners multiple times between different businesses, including a coffee company and now a fashion and lifestyle blog from a tiny remote town in Australia. That said, the identity of the original creator remains a mystery to this day. They exhibited some odd behavior over the years, like continuing to update the site to make its, and by extension their coffin cam business, seem more legit, despite the internet figuring things out by 2004. At one point, they even made up a story about the police confiscating their camera equipment. It's now been over 12 years since the original site was up. Mortis.com. In early 2010, a bored 4chan user was typing random URLs in their browser, hoping to stumble across something interesting. And while most URLs they tried were either unavailable or belonged to some business, one caught their attention almost immediately: Mortis.com. It was a completely black page with nothing but a generic login window in the middle. There was no logo or description that could help visitors understand what the website was about. This mysterious landing page, combined with Mortis roughly translating to "of death" in Latin, piqued this user's curiosity. But without a valid username and password, there was nothing he could do to investigate further. With no other option, he turned to 4chan and made a post about the site on its technology board. What he didn't realize at the time, however, was that this would spark a decades-long mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Now, I should mention that while some still remain, a significant portion of the discussion threads and forum posts regarding Mortis.com have since vanished from the internet, including the wiki page users created to keep track of all their findings. Any backups of Mortis.com have also been deleted from the Internet Archive upon a request from the site's owner. In other words, whoever this owner is, they do not want people digging into this. The Mortis.com site also went down sometime in 2011, possibly because people started trying to brute force its login requirements by using special software to try millions of username and password combinations, so the owner took it down. Now, most of these attempts led nowhere, but a few more tech-savvy individuals managed to extract valuable information from the site's code before it went offline. Most interesting among these was the fact that it was originally registered all the way back in November of 1997 by a man named Thomas Ling. This allowed users to discover 24 other websites under that same name, but instead of offering clarity, the discovery of these additional sites only made the mystery more convoluted. Take Cthulhu.net for instance, which was named after the eldritch monster created by H.P. Lovecraft. It was just a black page with the text "Dead but Dreaming" written on it, and nothing else. Some users also claim to have seen a version of this site with a white chess piece on it, though I wasn't able to find any archives containing that detail. Either way, the whole thing was deeply puzzling and mysterious. That said, not all sites under Thomas's name were this empty. Exercio.com led to a landing page with 4 different options. Among these, quilts.html was the most notable, as it led to a page about someone sharing pictures of their quilting projects. And while this doesn't look all that important to the Mortis.com mystery at first glance, in actuality, it holds the key to answering everything, or at least getting as close to the answer as we can. But we'll get to that a bit later, because there's another key piece of this puzzle that we haven't discussed yet. You see, while people were snooping around the Mortis.com code and the emails relating to its domain, they discovered terabytes of encrypted data connected to this site, which is an unheard of amount of data for the late 90s. Some individual files in this collection were as large as 39 gigabytes, which got people even more curious about what this site was hiding behind its login page. Theories included everything from a private collection of illegal explicit material to something connected to the 3-letter agencies like the CIA or FBI. However, while people were trying to figure this out, Thomas allegedly contacted one of the investigators and told him to stop trying to hack his site. As the story goes, Thomas also claimed that these files were nothing more than the photos and videos from his wedding, which would have been a reasonable explanation if these files were only a few gigabytes in size, not terabytes. A more reasonable theory, one that I personally believe in as well, is that Thomas was pirating movies and other media and using Mortis.com to host them online. This way he could easily consume this media from any device with an internet connection while also being able to share it with all his friends and family. This would also explain why he was so reluctant about people finding out the truth, as it could land him in some trouble with the authorities. Most importantly, this theory isn't completely baseless either. While looking through the data connected to Mortis.com, one 4chan user stumbled upon a 25 gigabyte file with a seemingly gibberish name of Drive Crazy 3DBD25.part2. However, looking up Drive Crazy 3D followed by movie brings up results relating to a 2011 film by Nicolas Cage called Drive Angry 3D. With that, we can decipher the rest of the name as well, with BD likely being the short form of Blu-ray disc and 25 referring to its size in gigabytes. Put simply, Mortis.com was likely nothing more than a pirated media server. As for its ominous name, it's possible he chose Mortis just because it sounded cool. The only big questions that remain are, who is Thomas Ling and why does he own so many empty or just plain strange websites? And the answer to these lies in the quilting page we found earlier. Near the top of this page, there's a logo reading DFI. We can find this same logo in the FAQ section of another website registered under Thomas's name called dentalfillins.com. This was a job board of sorts for dentists that was likely operated by Thomas back in the day. We know this because one of his currently operational websites is thomaslingdds.com, which is a website for a San Francisco dentist named Thomas W. Ling. This quilting page also includes pictures of quilts created for Jeff and Josh for their first birthday. These names also align with 2 more domains Thomas registered in 2010 and 2014. Lastly, while looking through the many domains connected to Thomas, I discovered a subdomain of Cthulhu.net containing a 7-day travel journal. These entries describe Thomas and his wife Karen's adventures across Asia, including Thailand, China, and Hong Kong. And as expected, Thomas also owns the KarenLing.com domain as well. To summarize, Mortis.com was most probably a personal media server owned and operated by a San Francisco dentist named Thomas Ling. As for the many domains under his name, he acquired them for his businesses, close family members, or for random projects like creating an online travel journal. These were also meant to be a completely personal thing. Unfortunately, someone accidentally stumbled across one of his sites and turned them into a decade-long internet rabbit hole that many are still trying to figure out to this day. Slave Master. In the year 2000, a very disturbing chain message started spreading on AOL, which was a popular instant messenger at the time. If a guy by the name of Slave Master contacts you, do not answer. He has killed 56 women that he has talked to on the internet. Please send out to all the women on your buddy list. Also ask them to pass this on. He has been on Yahoo, AOL, Excite so far. This is no joke. And please send this to men too, just in case. Send to everyone you know. Now, chain messages like this were fairly common back in the day. They were an evolution of the physical chain letters and often contained some pretty out there claims, like telling the reader to forward it to 20 people or something bad would happen in 3 days. This one, however, felt a lot more real, and that's because it actually was. Slave Master wasn't the name of a fictional horror character someone had created to start an internet hoax. Instead, it was the username of John Edward Robinson, the internet's first serial killer. Someone who used early online chat rooms like AOL to find and entrap his targets. One of his first online victims was 45-year-old Sheila Faith. She met John in 1994 in an online chat room, and after talking with her for a few weeks to gain her trust, John promised to pay for the surgery of her 15-year-old wheelchair-bound daughter, Debbie. All Sheila had to do was go to Kansas City where John lived, and he promised to take care of everything else. She agreed and moved to the city with Debbie in December of that year. Unfortunately, that was the last time anyone saw Sheila or Debbie alive. A few years later, John used the persona of Slave Master once again, this time with a 21-year-old Polish immigrant named Izabela Lewicka. Izabela met John in 1997 and began chatting with him almost daily. Over the next 2 years, John showered her with love and convinced her to move to Kansas City as well. Once she was there, he rented an apartment for her and even made her sign a marriage certificate, which he never turned in. But then Izabela suddenly disappeared, and when asked about her by her peers, John claimed that she was caught using drugs and was thus deported back to Poland. Tragically, this lie worked better than he might have expected, giving him the confidence to look for his third online victim just a few months later. And the next person to fall in this trap was 27-year-old Suzette Troughton. She was a nurse from Michigan with big dreams. John realized this early on in their conversation and posed as a wealthy businessman to entice Suzette. He offered her a $60,000 a year job working as his non-existent father's primary caretaker, and to sweeten the deal further, also promised to take her with him on his business trips around the world. This was what finally convinced Suzette to leave her already established life in Michigan and move to Kansas City. But unlike his previous 3 victims who disappeared without a trace, Suzette gave John's name and number to her mother before leaving. Shortly after leaving for Kansas City, her mother also started receiving several typed letters, supposedly from Suzette, reassuring her of her safety. However, her mother found these letters incredibly suspicious, as Suzette had never sent a typed letter before. They were also free of any grammatical or spelling mistakes, which didn't match Suzette's writing style. So she called John, hoping to speak with her daughter. Instead, she was met with hostility from John, who accused Suzette of stealing his money and running away. But Suzette's mother knew her daughter would never do something like this. So she called the police on March 1st, 2000, kickstarting an investigation into John's life. The police in Kansas City, however, were already quite suspicious of him. You see, John was a lifelong con artist who'd been behind bars several times for embezzlement, fraud, forgery, and other similar charges. Most importantly, his name had already come up in multiple missing woman cases. Each time he escaped consequences due to insufficient evidence. This time, investigators held back and quietly kept John under surveillance, and it wasn't long before their patience paid off. One of his would-be victims called the police on him. This gave the authorities a warrant to put John under arrest and search his property for evidence. However, what this search uncovered was far more horrific than anyone could have imagined. As it turned out, Sheila Faith was far from his first victim. She was just the first one he lured through the internet. He'd already lured and killed 4 more women before Sheila, dating as far back as 1984, including 19-year-old Paula Godfrey, 27-year-old Catherine Clampett, and 49-year-old Beverly Bonner. However, his worst crime was against 19-year-old Lisa Stasi. John approached Lisa and her 4-month-old daughter after his brother expressed his desire to adopt a child. He lured Lisa with promises of a stable life, only to end her life in a hotel room. He then gave Lisa's 4-month-old daughter to his brother, claiming that she was an orphan, and even pocketed $5,500 from them in legal fees. After his arrest, authorities searched his property with cadaver dogs and discovered multiple oil drums filled with the rotting remains of his victims. He was convicted in January 2003 and received 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole, along with a death sentence for his crimes. Markovian Parallax Denigrate. On March 11, 2004, American journalist and U.S. Congress worker Suzanne Lindauer was arrested by the FBI on suspicion of being a spy for Iraq. While doing some research on her, a Wikipedia user named Lazarus666 found a connection between her and a string of strange Usenet posts from 8 years earlier. For some context, Usenet was the precursor to modern internet forums. Discussions on Usenet were divided into several sections called the news groups, similar to subreddits on Reddit. Now, spam on Usenet wasn't exactly rare. Shady companies often made promotional posts in an attempt to market their products for cheap. However, on August 5, 1996, several groups were flooded with tens of thousands of posts that looked like regular spam at first, but a closer look revealed their true intention, or lack thereof. Put simply, these posts were mostly complete gibberish with seemingly random strings of words formed into paragraphs. Now, when Lazarus was researching Susan Lindauer, he came across one of the few surviving posts from that day and noticed that it was made by a Susan Lindauer as well. Lazarus speculated that these might have something to do with Susan sending encoded messages back to Iraq. Looking back, however, this theory makes little to no sense. That's mainly because in over 2 decades, no one has been able to identify any patterns in the posts that might suggest they're encoded. More importantly, if Susan wanted to broadcast anonymous messages, why would she use an email with her own name on it? But regardless of how feasible Lazarus's theory was, it ended up generating a ton of interest in the topic. These strange Usenet posts were later given the name Markovian Parallax Denigrate based on the subject line of the sole surviving post. It also became known as one of the first great mysteries of the internet, with people from around the world trying to figure out what these posts meant. Unfortunately, no one has been able to find a concrete answer ever since. The theory linking them with Susan Lindauer was eventually dropped by internet sleuths as they couldn't find anything connecting the two. It was also discovered that the email address actually belonged to a student of the same name from the University of Wisconsin. However, this also went nowhere as the email address turned out to be spoofed from the start. People then looked into the mystery's title, Markovian Parallax Denigrate, and assumed that it might have something to do with the Markovian process, which is the math used by phone keyboards to predict the next word in a sentence, and even serves as the foundation for modern text-based AI services like ChatGPT. So maybe someone was just experimenting with a new Markovian process-based bot and decided to unleash it on the Usenet. Unfortunately, this theory doesn't have much ground to stand on either. The thing is, this mystery only got the Markovian name because that was the subject of the most popular surviving post. This led many to falsely believe that this was the subject for all the thousands of similar posts made that day. But that can't be further from the truth. The word Markovian appeared on the subjects of only 2 posts out of thousands. Even if we assume these posts were generated by a Markovian bot, the theory still doesn't hold up, since the content of these posts was pure gibberish. Despite the fact that Markovian text generators from years before this incident were already capable of producing coherent sentences with relative ease. So, what's the actual explanation here? What was the true meaning behind these thousands of seemingly nonsensical posts? Well, like many other mysteries on the internet, the most likely answer is also the simplest one. Put plainly, this spam of thousands of posts was just that, spam. Something that becomes abundantly clear when you consider that, with a single exception, the only news groups targeted were related to Christianity. In other words, there's a strong chance this was simply an attempt by an unknown user to troll Christian news groups. As for why the spam looked so jumbled, it was likely an attempt to bypass Usenet's spam filters, which typically flagged and deleted repeated messages. That said, this is still just an educated guess, and the rabbit hole can get much deeper the more you look into this. Maybe it did originate as something far more exotic, like a text version of spy number stations, or an attempt to test the security of Usenet by a foreign entity. But unless the original developer comes forward with a confession, the spam theory is the best we have to explain the rabbit hole that is Markovian Parallax Denigrate.
A buddy of mine gave me this series of comic books that I'm reading, Last Man or something like that. And it's about, like, I don't know, just one day all the men on Earth die, right? And what's really cool about it is it's the most accurate thing that I think would happen if all men died. Because for the longest time, feminism has always preached, because, men are in control. We're running shit. We're calling the shots. When it really comes down to foreign policy and the food we eat and all this shit, at the end of the day, you want to find who's running it. There's some swinging dick at the end of that fucking journey, right? So they've always had, like, you know, to push their agenda and, you know, also pump themselves up, because we've been calling them hooas for so long and dragging around by their hair. They've been pushing this theory that if women ran the world, that there would be peace and all of this stuff. And, you know, if there's no men or anything like that, that there would be like this fucking utopia. And this series of comic books basically shows what I think would happen, which is what would happen is the female version of the psycho men that are running, like, that's what would take over. Like, being a sociopath, psycho fucking narcissist, that's not gender specific. Like, there's plenty of women that would, without hesitation, commit unspeakable fucking acts to maintain their position of power if they were fucking running things, okay? Margaret Thatcher. There's been examples of this throughout history. But what I like about it is it ends up I'm only like 1.5 episodes or whatever additions into this thing, but what's amazing about it is the world without men seems the same the way they did it. There's like chill, cool people, there's fucking scared people, and then there's extremist psycho groups, and they're all, you know, fighting with each other, trying to get power. So it's kind of like, you know, all right, this is the exact same shit. And I think literally, like, that's what would happen. That's my guess. You know what I mean? It's my belief or whatever.
Four family members gunned down in cold blood, and a baby found abandoned in the scorching Tennessee sun. A chilling conspiracy erupted in court today, August 7th, 2025, as 28-year-old Austin Robert Drummond faces the death penalty with whispers of a drug-running scheme involving 3 mystery accomplices, pointing to a sinister motive. So I'm Joseph Morris, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Here's the tragedy that shook Tiptonville, Tennessee. On July 29th, 2025, 4 bodies, 21-year-old James Matthew Wilson, 20-year-old Adriana Williams, 38-year-old Courtney Rose, and 15-year-old Braden Williams were found shot to death on Carrington Road. They were the parents, grandmother, and uncle of a 7-month-old baby. But the haunting detail, that baby was discovered 40 miles away, left in a car seat in a random Dyer County yard, alone, but thankfully still alive. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation called it a targeted hit, charging Austin with 4 counts of first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of felon in possession of a firearm, and possession of a firearm during a dangerous felony. But here's where it gets darker. Today, August 7th, 2025, Austin appeared via video from Obion County Jail in Lake County Circuit Court, handcuffed in a black and white striped jumpsuit, his face stone cold and oddly calm. Judge Andrew T. Cook read the charges, and District Attorney Danny Goodman pushed for the death penalty, saying Austin planned the murders with icy precision. So Austin claimed that he was self-employed, and locals are whispering that's code for drug dealing, and he's also claiming that he's broke despite owning a car.
Prior to being taken in on these charges, sir, were you working anywhere?
I have a business, a federal run business.
So you were self-employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So Judge Cook entered a not guilty plea for Austin and assigned him a public defender for his August 14th hearing and denied Austin bond. But the twist you haven't heard yet, Austin's associate, 29-year-old Brandon Powell, nicknamed Fat Fox, was in court today too, tied to Austin's case through a June 18th drug running scheme. On his Instagram, Brandon uses terms like general foot soldier, which are known gang slang, and calls himself a businessman, fueling speculation about his deeper involvement in criminal networks. And as it turns out, he, Austin, and 3 unnamed accomplices tried smuggling nearly 2 pounds of marijuana, 4 tobacco packages, 5 cell phones, and get this, an ear-piercing kit into Northwest Correctional Facility. Austin, as it turns out, snitched on Brandon, naming him as the driver.
Mr. Powell, I need to arraign you at this time and notify you of the charges that have been filed against you in these cases. The first, sir, that the court has before it at this time is a possession of Schedule 6 with intent. It's alleged that on the 18th of June, Mr. Powell traveled to Lake County, Tennessee with a Mr. Austin Drummond with the intention of delivering marijuana, tobacco, and an ear-piercing kit to an inmate at the local prison in Tiptonville, Tennessee. Mr. Drummond identified Mr. Powell as the driver of the trail car assisting with the delivery. At approximately 2:02 a.m., officers attempted to stop the vehicle, identified the vehicle fled at a high rate of speed, during which 67 objects were thrown from it. Most of these objects were later recovered by law enforcement, and they included 1 pound and 11.7 ounces of marijuana, 4 packages of tobacco, a drone case, 5 cell phones, rings, an ear-piercing kit, and several mesh bags. An extensive investigation has revealed that Mr. Powell conspired with Mr. Drummond and 3 other individuals to deliver contraband in the penal facility at Lake County, Tennessee. Law enforcement surveillance observed the entire process of the events above. This is a Class E felony, sir.
So Brandon went on to reveal that he has a lawyer and might actually post his $75,000 bond. Judge Cook said if the bond's unpaid by Monday, a hearing might reduce it, but a Crockett County hold keeps Brandon locked down. Now this next part is unconfirmed, but it's spreading like wildfire online. Brandon's ability to afford a lawyer and potentially post bond has sparked conspiracies that he is the mastermind. One Facebook commenter argued he's just money smart, not a drug user, so he has resources. But another fired back, it's all about dealing them and money. I think you just confirmed why he is the mastermind. So some claim Brandon's resources prove he's running the show, even suggesting Austin only witnessed the killings, not the one to pull the trigger. One Facebook commenter speculated, I think the month before the murders happened, the 3 individuals he conspired with were possibly the victims. So this compelling conspiracy is making me wonder, could the murders be an ordered hit to silence drug-running partners? This theory is blowing up online. Now here's where Austin's past turns even more grim than it already was, because new court documents were released about Austin's criminal history. Starting at just 12 years old, court records show shoplifting, vandalism, drugs, assault, and evading arrest. At 16, he robbed a Jackson Circle K at gunpoint for just $45, landing him nearly 10 years in prison. At Northwest Correctional Complex, he racked up 25 infractions, including drugs, defiance, and hiding a deadly
$45?
He ran away from home and facilities, picking criminal friends, but the real shocker, in November 2024, still in prison, Austin got an attempted murder charge. So who was the target? Details right now are sealed, but law enforcement only confirmed it happened behind bars. The outrage is that Austin was actually out on a $30,000 bond for that charge when he allegedly killed this family. Now the tension spikes. On August 5th, Austin's week-long manhunt ended in Jackson, hiding in a vacant pool house. The caretaker faced a terrifying moment. Austin confronted him at gunpoint, rifle raised. The caretaker told Fox 13 Memphis, I hit the ground, scrambled, and took off running. He ran towards me at first, which really made me take off. I spooked him. So that 911 call led to Austin's capture, unarmed with nearby firearms being tested. His white 2016 Audi A3 was ditched in Jackson, and a 1988 Ford truck with a red stripe, possibly tied to a victim, was found in Dyer County. And Austin's personal life adds fuel to this already burning fire. He was dating Caitlin Speed, sister of 38-year-old Courtney. Caitlin, a correction officer at Austin's prison from October 2023 to October 2024, introduced him to her family despite his extensive violent criminal history. Sources say that she was actually fired from her corrections officer position for smuggling, maybe drugs or a phone, to her boyfriend, Austin, who looked like he was running like a canteen in this prison. He even had like a Nintendo Switch and like a canteen
How do you get in jail?
in this prison. He even had like a Nintendo Switch and like Netflix. After Austin's September 2024 release, Caitlin moved in with him, which also means Caitlin subjected her 4-year-old daughter to this violent criminal. Some called Austin amazing, but others tie him to the Vice Lords gang. Could Caitlin's relationship have sparked the murders, jealousy, a family feud, or a drug deal gone wrong, or even a gang initiation? 3 others, 23-year-old Dara Sanders, 29-year-old Tanaka Brown, and 29-year-old Giovanni Thomas, were charged with helping Austin hide post-murders, with Tanaka facing an evidence tampering charge. Their hearings are scheduled for August 14th. Now here's my take. Austin's life of crime, from shoplifting at the age of 12 to an attempted murder charge, screams violence. His drug dealing likely ties to the motive, with those 3 unnamed accomplices in June's scheme possibly holding the key to this all. Caitlin's decision to bring him into her family is absolutely baffling, however, and the system failed with that $30,000 bond, and the public-funded attorney fuels even more outrage. The justice system just feels so flawed in this case. Now, for the conspiracy that is making waves online, Brandon's Fat Fox role and resources spark mastermind theories, and what seems to be his resources, his ability to pay the $75,000 bond and get himself a lawyer, suggests he might be the one pulling the strings, especially if Austin was just a witness, as some Facebook users claim. The gunpoint standoff, the mystery accomplices, is all just a heartbreaking mess. And with the August 14th hearing just days away, the conspiracy's only getting louder, so we'll just have to wait and see what are the facts. Please hit like and subscribe and leave a comment, because I read every one. 4 family members gunned down, a baby left.
That baby. What's up with this kid?
There's no one in this area with Giovanni. There's no one that's chasing him. He's by himself.
We have learned a lot of new details about what apparently happened in the moments leading up to a teen's disappearance during a vacation in Florida. We're talking about Giovanni Pelletier, what he allegedly said to fellow passengers as they drove from I-75 to what traffic cameras showed him apparently doing. We are taking you through the timeline step by step as the teenager's family tries to grapple with their sudden and enormous loss. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. More than a week after 18-year-old Giovanni Pelletier was found dead in a retention pond right off of the interstate, Florida law enforcement officers are revealing what has been uncovered so far in their investigation and why they still don't have concrete answers as to what exactly happened to Giovanni. Now, for those of you who are new to this story, real quick, here's what we know so far based on reporting: that back on July 31st, Giovanni was with his mom, Bridget Pelletier, her fiancé, and his siblings on a trip to Englewood, Florida from North Carolina. Now, Giovanni, who turned 18 in the spring, was interested in apparently reconnecting with his birth father's side of the family, and so he made plans with at least one cousin to meet up while he was in the Sunshine State. In the early morning hours of August 1st, we're talking around 1:30 a.m., 3 men arrived in Englewood from Brevard County, clear on the other side of the state, to pick up Giovanni and take him with them back to Brevard. During a news conference on Tuesday, Manatee County Sheriff Rick Wells made a clarification. This is important. While one of the men, identified as Latrell, was Giovanni's paternal cousin, the other 2 men were not. They were identified as Zach and Jalen. They are believed to be Latrell's friends. Wanted to clear that up. Now, not long after Giovanni left that night, his mom and other family members say they got some very disturbing text messages. But they didn't see them because they were asleep. When Bridget woke up, she realized that Giovanni was missing. And the last text that he had apparently sent her, his mom, just said, "Mom, help." He'd last been seen on the side of I-75 at State Road 70 in Manatee County. This is where Giovanni's cousin apparently said the teen took off into the night. Sheriff Wells recognized how much this ensuing week-long search impacted the family and made that clear during his news conference.
I do want to say that our prayers continue to go out to Bridget, the mother of Giovanni, and the entire family as they struggle during this very difficult time. And we pray that blessings are bestowed upon them, and we're here to hopefully give them some information that will give them closure at some point.
Now, the sheriff provided a much firmer timeline of what allegedly happened not long after Giovanni apparently left with his cousin. Take a listen.
I think it's important to go back and start from the beginning. So on Thursday, July 31st, there's communications between Giovanni and his cousin, Latrell Hearn, about Latrell picking up Giovanni, who's in Charlotte County, and taking him back to Brevard County where Latrell lives. They're trying to figure out the details at 5.
The thing about this is, like, this is just, I don't know where this is leading to, but black people, like, speaking as a half black person, are really fucked up sometimes. I'm not even trying to, like, be racist or anything, but black people who are just purposely cruel and evil, even to their own family members. Like, I could say so many things that my older brother's done to me and people in my family, but wherever this is leading to, I feel like it's going to have to involve probably the family, that guy's friends, but and this is in Florida, where I live.
41 p.m., Latrell texts that he's going to have to use his grandmother's car, which is a white Malibu. At 8:30, they're still texting each other. They text about smoking weed. Giovanni says that I haven't had a smoke in a while because of court stuff going on in North Carolina. And he goes on to say, I definitely need a smoke. At 10:08 p.m., Latrell, Jalen Washington, and Zachary Cummings start heading toward Charlotte County. Zach Cummings is the driver of the white Malibu at the time. During interviews, Latrell tells detectives that not long into the drive, they start smoking weed in the car, and Giovanni starts tripping. They stop the car at an unknown location along River Road before they got to I-75 because Giovanni needed to use the bathroom. Latrell says that Giovanni is acting out and raging before getting back into the car. They continue driving north on I-75, and at this point, they're about 26 miles away south of State Road 70. At 1:55 a.m., Giovanni sends his mother a text saying help. At 1:56 a.m., he sends another message that says help, followed by me. Jalen says Giovanni was tripping telling them I am a demon and I will wreck this car, and says he will kill them all as he tries to open up their door while the car is still moving. This happens while they're in Manatee County, close to State Road 70. Zachary, the driver, pulls the car over onto the side of the road on the shoulder, the northbound I-75 on the east shoulder of State Road 70. Jalen and Zach are in the front seats, and they hear that Giovanni has a knife. And we know that he always carried a knife. He had two knives. He had a folding pocket knife, and he had a blade, but this knife was still in the sheath, never took it out.
So Giovanni is allegedly, supposedly starting to panic in the backseat of this car, this Malibu, possibly a reaction to the marijuana that he ingested, and could be something else. Police are still trying to work out the exact details on that. By the way, they're still awaiting toxicology results. But Zach, Jalen, and Latrell, they claim that Giovanni basically freaks out and then starts running into traffic.
They said that Giovanni gets out of the car and begins running southbound in the southbound lanes of I-75. They see him in the middle of the northbound lanes and almost get hit by a truck. This is the last time they see him. He left behind his backpack and cell phone, so they took that and placed it onto the side of State Road, or I-75 at State Road 70 at the entrance ramp on the east side. At 2:26 a.m., Latrell calls his grandfather to let the grandfather know that Giovanni got out of the car. At 2:27, Latrell calls Bridget, Giovanni's mother, but there's no answer. We know that they continue northbound on I-75. We have them stopping at the Flying J truck stop in Hillsborough County off the I-4, and you can tell by their phones that they eventually make it home to Brevard County.
I know, just a wild story, but this is one that we wanted to cover. This is one we want to stay on top of. And the reason we can do that, the reason we can really do a deep dive into stories like this, is because of the amazing support we get from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan Attorney. 12 50 offered allegedly just drive back several hours to Brevard County. Now, some of Giovanni's family and friends, they noted on social media Tuesday that the cousin had a duty of care to Giovanni and that he shouldn't have abandoned him. Now, the second time that Latrell calls Bridget, this is hours later according to the sheriff's office, she picks up.
At approximately 6:50 a.m., Latrell calls Bridget again. She answers, and he gives her the information on what transpired that night. At 7:13, Bridget calls the Manatee County Sheriff's Office to look for Giovanni on I-75. She says, from the 911 call that we collected, I received some missed calls from my son this morning. He was being picked up by a relative, and I was told that they left him on the side of the highway.
What?
That there was some type of an altercation and a knife was involved. She asked if a deputy could do a wellness check and make sure that he's okay.
And Bridget gives the information she has.
Why would you leave your cousin like that?
She states, so I'm getting this.
What are those Facebook people? You have, I don't know what exactly they said. Something of duty, a responsibility of duty. Take care of your family members. Don't even fucking live in this fucking state. And you leave them behind? What the fuck?
This from people who were there. He said they were in the car, and I guess they had given my son some weed. And my son doesn't normally do any drugs. I guess they had given him some weed, and then he started to freak out and said he wanted to get out of the car. And they were like, hey, just calm down, thinking maybe it was the drugs he was taking. They kept saying, calm down, and everything will be okay.
Did he just want to get out and chill out for a bit?
I got the car to go to the bathroom, and that's when I received the text saying, Mom, help. And that time frame.
Did they leave him as he was using the bathroom?
Then he said that he continued to freak out and didn't know what was going on. They left him behind on I-75. Bridget is heading northbound on I-75 to try to locate her son. A deputy responds to that area, but finds no pedestrian on the interstate.
Okay, and so around this time, that is when Giovanni's backpack with his cell phone inside is found. But I'll tell you what, it was the act of a good Samaritan that actually sent Bridget, again Giovanni's mother, on a bit of a wild goose chase. Take a listen.
At 7:21, a truck driver who was checking the load on his truck, it's a sod truck, pulls off in that same area on the east side of I-75, northbound, sees the backpack, picks it up. He travels to Tampa with the backpack. Bridget sees that the phone is moving, but does not know that it's a truck driver that actually has the bag and has the phone. She eventually calls Tampa PD, and an officer responds to the area where the truck driver was doing some work, recovers the cell phone and the bag.
Now remember, all of this information is being relayed from one jurisdiction to another, so there's a lot of agencies being involved in this. Luttrell had traveled from Brevard County to Charlotte County to pick Giovanni up, then allegedly left him on the side of the road in Manatee County. So there was a lot of coordination that had to happen, and according to law enforcement, Zach, Jalen, and Luttrell...
Yeah, he was tripping and we just left him. We know what to do.
...this investigation so far.
At 9:28, Charlotte County Sheriff's Office opened a missing person case.
So
We
fucking
also
stupid.
learned that Charlotte County reached out to Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and they were instrumental in interviewing all the passengers in the vehicle, and as this investigation unfolded. They voluntarily give Brevard County the vehicle, the white Malibu that they were in. Brevard County processes the vehicle and finds no foul play, no blood, nothing, no evidence whatsoever inside that vehicle. Charlotte County reaches out to us once again to check to see if Giovanni had been admitted to any hospitals or possibly was arrested. And there was no sign of Giovanni in our system. On Monday, August 4th, Charlotte County requests the assistance of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office as they search the area that Luttrell says they dropped off Giovanni on I-75. They do an extensive search east of the interstate in wooded areas on both sides of State Road 70 and find nothing. On Tuesday, August 5th, Charlotte County comes back to Manatee County along with a volunteer team that have good cadaver dogs. Also, the Charlotte County Aviation Unit was flying overhead. We had 3 of our detectives assisting them with searching the areas that they wanted to search that day. After about 4.5 hours, they told our detectives that they're not really sure that Giovanni is in this area. Now, why is that important? We know that he got out of the car on River Road before he got onto I-75. So as investigators, they're starting to think maybe he never made it to State Road 70. Now, I can't speak for the Charlotte County detectives. I can't speak for Sheriff Promell, but they know that backpack was there, but there's no sighting of Giovanni in that area at this time.
And something else to point out here, during this very, very critical period, it's not just deputies, it's canine handlers, it's drone operators, it's helicopter pilots. They're all looking for this 18-year-old. They're all looking for Giovanni. And his family had launched search parties as well, spreading out across the state to cover every possibility. But unfortunately, and a sad turn of events, and something that we mentioned on a previous sidebar, Giovanni's body would be found back where it all started, on the side of I-75 in a retention pond.
On Friday, August 8th, at about 3:15 p.m., Manatee County Sheriff's Office receives a call about a body located in a pond right off of I-75 at the exit ramp to State Road 70. We learned that a friend of the family had been searching the area and had located the body. I sent my entire homicide team out there along with their sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and major to process this scene. The medical examiner, investigator also responds to help with the processing of the body.
According to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, it is believed that Giovanni's body had only recently floated to the top of the water, so that's why searchers hadn't seen him at first glance. But not long after the remains were found, despite authorities not officially saying it was Giovanni, they did release information saying there didn't appear to be any bodily injuries.
We do a deep x-ray, a scan of the body. The ME does that night. There's no signs of any trauma to the body. There's no indication that he was shot. There's no indication that he was stabbed. There's nothing at that time that helps us determine cause of death. On Saturday, August 9th, detectives and crime scene techs go back out to the scene. They conduct another thorough investigation of the area, search of the area. Our drone unit also flew over the pond and the surrounding area, but didn't find anything of any value. On Sunday, the District 12 medical examiner performed an autopsy of the body. Preliminary indication was no signs of trauma or foul play, but the cause of death is still undetermined.
So what do we have? Giovanni's remains, they were finally identified using dental records, and deputies interviewed the men who'd been inside the Chevy Malibu that night, and sheriffs in at least 2 different counties said the Brevard County family has been helpful and responsive to the investigation.
My detectives reach out to Brevard County, who help us reach out to Giovanni's cousin, Jalen, Latrell, and Zach, and we request that they interview again with us. They do so freely. We respond to Brevard County, and we interviewed the 3. They give us the exact same story that they gave Brevard County. They also agreed to come back to Manatee County to help us pinpoint exactly where they pulled off the side of the road and where Giovanni got out of the car.
And I will tell you, in a groundbreaking development, according to Sheriff Rick Wells, deputies were able to pinpoint Giovanni's location on traffic cameras. Although the picture is grainy and unfocused, Sheriff Wells says Giovanni can be seen in traffic, at one point even almost getting hit by a truck.
Point him out right here. He's coming eastbound now. He's walking back westbound. And there's a concrete barrier right here. And down here is where the pond is. So then we continue to check cameras. And we get lucky at a Lowe's, which is located on the west side of State Road 70. We have a camera that's pointing at the embankment now that he comes down at 2:19 a.m. Play that, Ben. And I want you to stay focused right here.
Need security from the fucking warehouse. Completely unrelated.
Now that's a steep embankment. It's coming down there almost like an uncontrollable sprint. If you've ever gone down a hill, you know what I'm talking about. But the pond is right here at the edge of that embankment. I mean, the important thing that I want you to see, there's no one chasing him. There's no one around him. In fact, when he's coming down that embankment, the vehicle is 2 miles away.
Why did you leave him?
So there's no one in this area with Giovanni. There's no one that's chasing him. He's by himself. And what we don't know is what happened when he hit that pond. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. The death is undetermined. So we know that we don't have anyone that comes down that embankment after him. They don't look for him. He's there, we believe, until he was located by the family friend on Friday, the 8th. We really don't know what happened once he got to the pond. And once again, anything that I say would be pure speculation. We're still waiting for the ME to determine the cause of death, and we're also still waiting for the toxicology. So we don't have all the answers. We know this is the last sighting of him that night.
So, for now, investigators are awaiting toxicology reports to come back, which could take the next few weeks. But from there, the cause of death could potentially be determined, which would obviously provide a lot more answers to this puzzle. And to be clear, no charges have been filed in connection to this case. We'll keep a very careful eye on it. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
I'm just reading the comments. Me personally, if I'm watching over a little cousin or any relative amount that I'm in charge of, especially after meeting him for the first time, I'm not leaving him anywhere in my circumstance whatsoever. That is just... People just don't care about anybody. It's so sad. It makes me want to cry, but so much stuff like this happens all the time. I just don't understand why people come to this. Did they just want to go do something else really bad? Did they not want to just take care of their cousin as he's tripping? Why do you do that to people? How do you not care about people? You've never been in that situation where you're just fucking stoned out of your mind and you just need some help and you just fucking leave them behind. It's so scary and sad all at once. Everyone in the comments is saying it too. The fact that they left him is insane. You give someone drugs, he gets psychotic, you leave him on a highway, you don't call 911, you are responsible for his death. You probably don't deserve to go to jail because you're so young and a little fucking pussy that can't get a higher sentence, but you were responsible for him and you ended up having him die. You deserve to be shamed by your entire family, your entire fucking life. No peace at all for anyone in that car with him. I might switch to a game in a bit, but I'll be right back. I'm going to stream for a little bit longer, but yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a little bio break. I'm going to go to commercial.
White Ranger, activate Saga, the talking saber, and follow his instructions.
Tiger-Guard power, now!
Now you're ready to fight. And sound the call to battle. And now, really grab the power cannon. Its 5 Powerball ammunition load is harmless to humans, but not to evil space aliens. Add even more power with the Power Gun Sword. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
And Mr. Freeze aims to chill Batman next, but not Anti-Freeze Batman. Mr. Freeze and his Ice Zapper are out of control, but Batman's ready.
Freeze, Batman! Take this, hot shot! Ah!
Only Batman's Ice Hammer vehicle is tough enough to drill through this ice storm.
Chill out, Mr. Freeze!
Now the best is hotter than ever. Batman! Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
The hearts of men, the Shadow knows. The evil Khan calls on his fiendish friend Dr. Makino, but Ninja Shadow with blazing eyes has the power to stop them. Makino and Khan take off. Ninja Shadow chases them in his Mirage, each sold separately. Will they get away? Who knows? The Shadow knows. Now you can get a free Shadow Agent's ring.
It changes.
Just like in the movie. Send in 2 proofs of purchase from any Shadow toys for your free Shadow hologram ring.
Wow.
The Shadow knows.
Now
Now you can be as clever as Kevin with Tiger's new TalkBoy tape recorder.
Stop drooling on me. Stop drooling on me.
It even has speed control.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Tiger's new TalkBoy tape recorder comes with audio cassette. Now have more Home Alone fun with Tiger's new Home Alone 2 handheld game.
Savage Hunter, Aliens vs. Predator, with awesome new Predators. Clan Leader attacks with whipping dreadlocks. And Stalker, glowing in the dark, fires his spear. Suddenly, flipping up his attack spikes the wild boar alien charges. And the ferocious mother alien in her monstrous hive traps Spiketail, then covers him in ooze.
Ooze 'em.
Who will survive? Aliens vs. Predator. Queen High playset comes with mother alien figure and ooze. Other figures sold separately.
It's a countdown to the ultimate showdown, and Guile is going wild, diving into adventure, stalking the shadows, blasting like a blizzard, his punch-in sonic boom.
Smells on Bison's doom.
Now comes Street Fighter, figure sold separately.
Extreme Hero G.I. Joe. The all-new G.I. Joe Extreme. Bigger, bolder, and battle-ready. Lieutenant Stone leads the all-new Joes with Ultra Slam firepower against the evil Iron Claw and his Scar forces. Scar's Bone Splitter tank is brutal, but the 2-in-1 Sand Striker strikes back with long-distance Scar resistance. Extreme times call for extreme heroes. It's the all-new G.I. Joe Extreme. Figures and vehicles each sold separately.
Oh, but we're gonna stop them anyway! Send in the Marines!
We're the Space Marines. Drake, Ripley, 8-Bone, Bishop, and I'm Hicks, armed with the latest high-tech heavy metal.
Look out, Hicks! The Queen's gonna crown ya! My bug walker's on a roll! Bull alien attacking! Eat torch, bug brain!
Alien invasion problem? Send in the Marines!
Aliens!
Send in the Marines!
Space Marines! Aliens!
Cool! It makes sound!
That soul!
Skeleton!
The Power Sword makes 8 action sounds. It lights up with power. You can be a hero with the He-Man Power Sword. Send for a He-Man video for 99 cents and postage with specially marked vehicle.
Up to the challenge of Cube It Up, the amazing motorized cube that spins by itself. It's got a motor inside. How do you play? Good question. Cube It Up calls out a color, red, which you have to keep on top to rack up points. Yes. Sounds easy? Well, Hotshot, it's not, because the cube's always turning. You can play by yourself or with friends, if you've got any. Green. Rack up the most points, and you're a Cube It Up master. Awesome. Very good, Cube Boy. Ready for level 2? Level 2? Cube It Up. The challenge is in the cube. Each sold separately. Batteries not included.
City after city, Godzilla's destroying everything!
General, who's gonna save us from... Excuse me. Hello? Godzilla!
The Godzilla Force and Mechagodzilla.
The Godzilla Force is here. The supersonic Garuda warship fires laser missiles and a retrievable grappling hook. Can the giant Mechagodzilla stop Godzilla, king of the monsters?
The battle begins!
All figures sold separately, batteries not included from Trendmasters.
Hey, dudes, bedtime!
Do you A, obey the babysitter, B, beg to stay up, C, hit her with thermonuclear breath? It's Godzilla, king of the monsters. His eyes flash as he roars. His arms swing, feet stomp, tail whips. Godzilla rules. Collect Godzilla and all his friends of destruction, then fight the ultimate battle where no one is safe.
Cool hair!
Batteries not included. From Trendmasters, yes.
Fighters came, bashing and banging till only Rue and Guile remain in the Street Fighter 2 tabletop game. Build your punching power before your energy runs out. Are you ready for Hurricane X? Can you come back from Sonic Boom? Street Fighter 2 electronic tabletop game.
Next.
It's time to get real.
It's showtime. Hey, annoying hombres making you do stuff you hate. Don't lose your head. Make them history. Think that's scary? Watch this. Whoa! That went right through me.
Did you see that?
Now watch this. First, a double team. Now, a double scare. Nobody beats me. So when you want to scare somebody, give me a call.
Beetlejuice! 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 Gotta go.
Terminator with the BioFlesh Regenerator.
I'm back! Yeah? Think again. Battle damage.
Add flesh compound.
Terminator created.
Terminator.
I'm back. Got my looks, my laugh, my voice, and all. Can I do that? So if you can't have me, get the next best thing. Talking Urkel. I just pulled my string. You wanna know? He's Talking Urkel, though.
Favorite pet?
Yes.
So what's that make me? Fish sticks?
Oh, are you hungry?
Oh, no. By all means, feed it. Play till your heart's content.
Look, Goldie. I took good care of her, and she changed again.
Change? How about changing some water here?
Katie, Buzz is here.
So Tamagotchi can pause. I can pause too. Let's see that again.
Hatch a Tamagotchi, the one and only, from Bandai. Each sold separately.
Welcome to Skull Dungeon.
Wow.
Mighty Max.
Smasher, get up. Your brain donor is here. Me want brain. No way, slime face. Whoa. Watch out for that first step. It's not over, Mighty Max.
Will Max get fried? His fate is in your hands. Mighty Max, Mighty Max. You can collect all his adventure sets, each sold separately. Mighty Max figure included from Mattel.
Is Phantasm. But first, the Joker must be stopped. Only Total Armor Batman can prepare to do battle with Jetpack Joker.
Time for a little pick-me-up.
This clown's in for a total surprise. That nightmare is over, but Phantasm remains. So Batman powers up with the electronic Crime Stalker vehicle.
Sounds cool.
It's a fight to the finish, but Phantasm's no match for the power of Batman. Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
Graveyard Ghoulies. Squeeze the colored goop into the mold, or use glow goop, and out pop body parts. Stomach, heart, brain. It's Graveyard Ghoulies.
Graveyard ghoulies are a creepy crawler fright, so beware of what happens at night.
Creepy Crawlers Workshop. Your parents put it together. Light bulb not included. Graveyard Ghoulies, mold pack, and glow goop each sold.
Team yet, Capcom Street Fighter 2! No way! Wait! There's Guile, Ryu, Zangief, Wonka, and Dalsim! What's a Dalsim? Oh, some with real ninja moves! Hey!
My troopers got Street Fighters too!
Vega, Sagat, Balrog!
And me, El Bison!
They look unbeatable! Ah! You know them, you love them! So correcto! Capcom Street Fighter 2 figures each sold separately. Oh, I like them!
Repulsive. Hideous. Disgusting. Obnoxious. Revolting. Wretched. Sickening. Blurp balls. They make you want to blurp.
White Ranger, activate Saba the Talking Saber and follow his instructions.
Tiger Sword power, now!
Now you're ready to fight. And sound the call to battle. And now, really grab the power. The Power Cannon. Its 5 Powerball ammunition load is harmless to humans, but not to evil space aliens. Add even more power with the Power Gun Sword. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
And Mr. Freeze aims to chill Batman next, but not Anti-Freeze Batman. Mr. Freeze and his Ice Zapper are out of control, but Batman's ready.
Freeze, Batman!
Take this, hot shot!
Ah!
Only Batman's Ice Hammer vehicle is tough enough to drill through this ice storm.
Chill out, Mr. Freeze!
Now the best is hotter than ever. Batman! Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
The hearts of men, the Shadow knows. The evil Khan calls on his fiendish friend Dr. Makino. But Ninja Shadow with blazing eyes has the power to stop them. Makino and Khan take off. Ninja Shadow chases them in his Mirage, each sold separately. Will they get away? Who knows? The Shadow knows. Now you can get a free Shadow Agent's ring.
It changes!
Just like in the movie. Send in 2 proofs of purchase from any Shadow toys for your free Shadow hologram ring.
Wow!
The Shadow knows.
Now you can be as clever as Kevin with Tiger's new TalkBoy tape recorder.
Stop drooling on me! Stop drooling on me!
It even has speed control.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Hi,
kids, we're home early. Tiger's new Talkboy tape recorder comes with audio cassette. Now, have more Home Alone fun with Tiger's new Home Alone 2 handheld game.
Savage Hunter, Aliens vs. Predator, with awesome new Predators. Clan Leader attacks with whipping dreadlocks. And Stalker, glowing in the dark, fires his spear. Suddenly, flipping up his attack spikes, the wild boar alien charges. And the ferocious mother alien in her monstrous hive traps Spiketail, then covers him in ooze.
Ooze 'em.
Who will survive? Aliens vs. Predator. Queen Hive playset comes with mother alien figure and ooze. Other figures sold separately.
It's a countdown to the ultimate showdown, and Guile is going wild.
Hey. Excuse me. So I think I might switch to page. Okay. Excuse me. Let's do one thing. What game should I play then? I played Blood Match. I want to start off. Let me just fuck with this for just a second. Okay. I think everything's good. Maybe I'll put on some or watch something again. Something absurdly crazy. I'm actually curious about this.
We have a lot to get to in this case we've been following this week out of Kentucky, and now following the death of a young boy named Jaden Spicer. He was just 10 years old. His mom is now in custody, and there are questions whether she's telling the truth this time after she, according to police, told a major lie for a week. This is video per WKYT in Kentucky of Felicia Gross making her first court appearance on Thursday in connection to the charges that she's now facing in connection to her son, Jaden Spicer's death. She looked anxious in her court appearance. It seemed like she was biting her nails as the judge was speaking. Let's go back to how all this started and when Jaden was first reported missing. It was Gross, as well as her husband, Jaden's stepdad, who alerted police on Wednesday last week in the morning around 9:30 that their 10-year-old, Jaden Spicer, was missing. Police say they were told the last time Jaden was seen was the night before around 9 o'clock. The parents said they woke up and suddenly their 10-year-old was gone. And this triggered a massive search in Kentucky. All this took place in a very rural community, town of about 2,200 people called Jackson, Kentucky, outside of Lexington. Police, they did not hold back when it came to the resources over the past week looking for young Jaden, hoping they would find him alive. They used drones, sonar, they had boots on the ground, but there was no sign of Jaden for days. Gross, Felicia Gross, the mom, put this letter out to the public, a handwritten note pleading for people to help find her son. That note read, quote, "We love Jaden and want him safe at home. Please, if anybody sees my son Jaden Spicer, please report it to the Jackson Police Department. Thank you. We love him very much. Do the right thing. Call the police. Please pray for us and my son Jaden. Thank you." It was kind of suspicious to me when I saw that she wrote, "Do the right thing," because at this point, there were no reports of foul play being involved. This was just a missing persons investigation. Well, after a week of searching, it became a criminal case. Police say they found Jaden's body.
After approximately 3 p.m., the remains of Jaden Spicer were discovered buried at the scene.
Police say Jaden's body was found in a shallow grave in a wooded area about a half hour from his home. Police say that the same woman who wrote that note pleading for the public to help find her missing son was the person who put him there. We have court documents that claim during an interview with detectives, Felicia said what really happened, or at least this is the story that she's now giving. She says that she gave Jaden a sleeping aid and he had a medical emergency, and that is when he passed away. But instead of calling the police or EMTs to see if they could do anything to help young Jaden, she says she took
He passed away peacefully
location about a half
in
hour
his
away, a
sleep.
wooded area where there was a shallow grave that police later found Jaden in. Now, not only did she lie about her son going missing, she also lied when it came to what Jaden's siblings said, because she admitted, according to police, to coaching Jaden's young siblings on what to say when they spoke to investigators. Felicia Gross is now facing several charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Right now, this is not a murder case. The police were not the only people who Felicia spoke to in the days that Jaden was missing.
Are they okay? There she is. That is her. Watch her. She's peeking around looking. She's peeking to see where we're at.
Fred and Sheila McCoy are YouTubers. They run the Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures YouTube channel, and they went to the house where Felicia Gross lives and where Jaden was living at the time he disappeared. At that house, they found a bag of clothes outside that Jaden's stepdad said belonged to the boy and was left behind by law enforcement. The McCoys also spoke to Felicia Gross and her husband. In the audio interview that they posted on their YouTube channel, Felicia's husband said he was cooperating with law enforcement and he had a lawyer. This was all during the time that Jaden was considered missing. Again, this wasn't a criminal case. Now, at the time of this recording, we also want to be clear that Felicia Gross's husband, the stepdad of Jaden Spicer, has not been arrested, and Felicia Gross right now is the only person who is charged in connection to Jaden Spicer's death. The stepdad did say that Jaden only started living with them at this house in the past several months because Jaden's grandmother, who he was living with before, had passed away. Since the McCoys spoke to Felicia Gross in the days leading up to Jaden's body being found, we wanted to hear more from them, so we reached out and they joined me for an interview. This is our conversation. Joining us now to talk a little bit more about this, two YouTube creators who are covering this story from the ground in Kentucky, Fred and Sheila McCoy. They run the Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures account on YouTube. Be sure to go check it out, including the video related to the search for Jaden Spicer. And let's start there. How did you come upon this story?
We saw it on the news, like everybody did, and when we first saw it, we kind of figured it was going to take the police. We didn't think that would do a lot of good to be searching. We figured from the beginning that this was something dealing with the mother and the stepfather, and so we didn't start searching or doing anything till into the 5th or 6th day.
Right.
And we really didn't have a lot of faith, I guess, to thinking we were going to find anything. We figured ever who done something that it wasn't going to be something somebody would find him in a search. It would.
Yeah,
It was going to take somebody that knew where the child was at. We just felt that way.
Because I know in your video you went to the Gross house where Jaden was living. And for people who haven't seen your video, walk us through what you saw and what happened when you went there.
Well, we had talked. We made a video on the way there. It's live, and you don't see it that good on our channel. But we talked on the way up there live that we were heading to Jackson, and we had was going to search for Jaden.
It seems like the home that they were living in, it was in, and I know Jackson and that county is very rural, but you know, you were yelling out to, I think, the stepfather outside the house.
Correct.
What did you see when you were looking at the home? And just what stood out to you, just your initial impressions of where Jaden was living?
Well, it was you know, you can see by the pictures the condition and what they live like. That's not unusual. That's not unusual anywhere in the United States in certain neighborhoods and things like that. So what we seen was a lot of trash, especially out back. But when we pulled up, I went to the door and knocked on to the front. Then I knocked on the back. Nobody came, and I didn't hear any movement in the house or see any curtains rattling. And I came back and told Sheila that we'd go ahead and search. We didn't see no trespassing signs, so we was going to go ahead and look around. And we thought it was unusual that the dog was there. That was the first thing. We had talked on the way there. We'd made us a list of things in our mind that if we should get a chance to talk to these two, of questions we would ask. And we pretty much asked, we asked a lot of the questions. We didn't get them all asked. He finally said, he told us 2 times that he had a lawyer or lawyers. And then the last time he started walking off and said, I'm done. I'm not talking anymore. And so we didn't get to ask everything.
And this was all because you spoke, you know, so if you watch the video, you speak to the stepfather who at the time of this recording, he has not been arrested or charged at this point. Felicia Gross has been, but this was all while Jaden was still missing. His body had not been found. And did you get the sense that there was urgency from, was Felicia, well, let's start there. Was Felicia at the house? Did you meet her?
Yes. When they came back, we went to the top of the hill following tracks first, and we come back down. The tracks just stopped. We came back down and stopped at the edge of the cliff. And we said, well, we'll rest here and we'll see if there's any movement, if anybody comes out of the house, because both the blue truck was there and the red car. Red car's license are up to date on it, the tag.
Right.
So we thought that was the car they were driving. Well, it wasn't. They came home in a truck a few minutes later and pulled out back and parked. When they come out towards the back door, he saw our vehicle parked in front of his trailer driveway, and he pointed up on the hill. Now, whether he could see us or whether he was just pointing, we were behind. If you look at that video, there's tree limbs and there's concealment foliage in front of us. But he kept pointing, and I told Sheila, I said, he sees us. I don't know how he did, if he did or if he was just pointing in that basic area. But finally, I yelled at him and said, Josh. And he said, yeah, who is that? I told him it's Fred and Sheila McCoy. And a lot of people, between the YouTube channel and other things that we've done, we get recognized quite a bit. And I thought that he would recognize the name, but he hadn't heard of us. When we went off the hill, we told him we'd like to talk to him a minute. He said, I got just a minute. And him and her come out to the driveway.
With the child. There was another little child there, too.
Yeah, had a child with them. And I asked him if we could, we'd went ahead and put our phones in our back pocket because we kind of figured he wasn't going to want to be on video. We figured that. But so we went ahead and hit record, and that's why there's so much static. But we wanted to have the recording anyway, at least the vocal. And he said no, he didn't want to be on video. He had a lawyer, and the lawyer had advised him not to talk to nobody. And so we just started shooting off questions that we had discussed on the way up. Both of us was just you can't hear both of us at the same time. Sometimes Sheila's we're talking together, and the questions we were asking was we could see the body language, the we didn't say it on our video. We said it on a video on the way home. We talked on the way home and said, well, if it works out like this, we know that what we thought. But just like right now, just like you're talking about Josh, there's only one charged as of right now, and but they only had the truck, the vehicle, and we went up there yesterday to where the shallow grave was dug, and she didn't dig no grave by herself to bury a tote. She's had some help. Who it was, I don't know, and she didn't pull the little fella up there with the tote. So there's somebody else that's involved with her. But we could see the nervousness, and we could see that
she didn't shed a tear, nothing. She didn't get upset when we mentioned his name. She just would look at Fred, or when Josh would say something, she would look at him.
She didn't want to. She only looked at Sheila. Sheila asked her about the graveyard or something, but it was like a mother on mother thing. Like she did not want to look at Sheila eye to eye. It was real, and like Sheila says, she was nonchalant. She was. Of course, they offered, look all you want, look all you want. And after they left me, and not on video, because we didn't want to, what if they wasn't involved? Exactly. Or well, we didn't want to falsely accuse, but we said, we'll go ahead and look around.
There needs to be a destroy all enchantments card.
They're too eager for you to search.
Confident.
Yeah, you could tell there was nothing. We weren't going to find nothing there.
Because when you spoke to both of them, again, this was at the time when Jaden was still missing. And you have this massive search going on across Kentucky trying to find him. Was there any sort of... I know that they didn't have the body...
You got to destroy all artifacts card. You got to destroy all creature. You have everything but a destroy all enchantments.
Released a letter, but that was really it. But they had already lawyered up by the time you had talked to her.
Yeah, I think.
I know I'm gonna lose. I don't even know.
I guess they'd talk
what I can fucking do.
Persons, but I think Sheila and I are the only people that they talk to. Period.
That we know of.
At any length, especially, and like I said, I talk fast, and we were shooting the questions out, and we were real nice. They were nice to us.
Oops.
We thanked them. They thanked us, but that's part of.
Like everything is like discard or fucking.
You didn't want to go in there.
And something that would help would be like a destroy. I mean, I don't have green. Green would also help.
Right off the bat, we were very. When he said, "Yeah, look all you want," and I said, "Yeah, that's the attitude that you should have. That's the way a father or stepfather or whatever I said. That's the way you should be." I would be surprised if somebody said, "No, you can't look for my missing child." And he said, no, you look all you want. We have nothing to hide. they brought the dogs in the house. They
I'm glad that was just a practice.
searched
Property.
searched
Yeah.
the property. But question Sheila and I've had the last day or so pondering on this is they took dogs in there, and I assume search and cadaver dogs. If the child passed away in the house, why didn't the dog even to that alert? Even though there's no decay and stuff, they would still. The dogs are trained. And Sheila brought up an interesting point today, which was sad because she said, Fred, what if she had drugged the child so much that he's sleeping so hard that she thinks that he's deceased, and she's went and put him in a grave, and then that child
Woke up.
Now imagine that. And the dog, again, I don't know what dogs were there or if they alerted. But it's something to think about that child very well. Now the coroner will be able to, or the ME will be able to figure that out and see if there's any dust or dirt or anything in his lungs. But can you imagine a 10-year-old child waking up and being inside of a tote and don't know how he got there or where he's at? And
No, I mean, it's terrifying to think about. Sheila, for you, I mean, you looked Felicia gross in her eyes, and we've seen her. She was in court today, through a video feed. What did you see when you looked in her eyes and spoke with her?
I just saw blank. I didn't see any. Like I said, I didn't see anything. She just shook my hand, said, "I'm Felicia," and I said, "I'm Sheila." And then when she was talking about Canoe, where the grandmother was, she told me about. She looked at me then and said that, but there was nothing there. It's not like. I don't know how to explain it. She just had this blank expression, just carefree. It didn't make sense. She wasn't like, well, people handle things different ways, of course. Some people cry, some people don't. But she just acted like carefree, normal thing. It wasn't like it was no big deal to me, in my opinion.
Sheila told them when we turned them, they started to walk off. They were done with the interview, and Sheila said, "We're going to find that boy. We're going to find that boy." And we went ahead and walked back to the vehicle and took our phones out. But
did they have any response to that when you said, we're going to find your child?
No, he was already walking off because he said, he's done.
Yeah.
But we got through a lot more than we thought.
Yeah.
We was surprised that we talked as long as we did. It's hard to hear on there, and it cuts in and out. But they answered a lot of our questions as far as the thing we talked about on the way up there was where the great grandmother lived.
Right.
And if the boy did run off, we asked him if Jaden was grieving his grandmother's death, and he said, "Oh yeah, he was grieving her death." There's a photo Sheila put on a video today of when he lived with his grandmother, and look at now. He's lost weight and all this and that. You can tell he's not circles underneath his eyes. You can tell somebody failed this young man. The system failed him. They sent him to his death sentence. I mean, it's as plain and simple as that. If we've got somebody that was in charge of that young man and those children, there they were with another child with him. And I told Sheila, I said, on our way home, looks like they would, at least until this is over with, if you've lost a child, and we've been on other searches for other children that's come up, some still not recovered.
Right.
But looks like they would, at least out of caution, remove all the children until this is settled. But thankfully that one there is okay.
What was the moment like when you discovered the bag that had Jaden's clothes in it?
That was insane.
That was confusing, and we've had plenty of time to think. Now, when we've people's commented, and some people says, well, it could be a scent bag for the dogs. There was so much clothing in that, and so much clothing around that. Why would you want to contaminate his clothing with other dogs sniffing and smelling? Why wouldn't you just give one? Now, I had a brother that was a K-9 officer for our sheriff's department at one time. And you would try to get something of that subject, just one article of clothing. Didn't take, if that's what that is. Now, we didn't know that at the time and still don't know it. Nobody's contacted us, but somebody wrote on our page and said that could be a scent bag for the dog. Well, they would contaminate each other. Now, we got out there to put our boots on. Sheila was getting hers on. I'm looking around because our plan was to go in behind his trailer and on both sides of because we figured if he did come out of the house, if he did leave by chance, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, that would have probably been the area that he went or down the road. Like Sheila says, why would he come out and go up a hill to a dead end? But while we're standing there, I looked down, I thought it was trash. And then I raised it open, and this is children's clothing. The scent bag, if it was a scent bag, why was there underwear and T-shirts and different other articles still in plastic bags sealed up? So Sheila and I still open-mindedly, we said, could he have been going to run away? Maybe he planned, missing his grandmother, planned on running away. And we start looking around. The weeds are down in one direction. We go over there to the hill, and there's looks like one set of tracks, 2 footprints going up that hill. And we started following that. We got up there, and there's no other footprints for any other searchers. We thought, well, if it's a search party, there'd be more. And we followed those 2 footprints all the way up to a flat, way up on the hill, clear as they could be, small footprints, and got up there, and they disappeared.
When it was announced the arrest of Felicia Gross, and again, she's the only one who's been charged at this point, and then she tells this story, according to police, that she gave Jaden some sort of sleeping medication. He has a medical emergency. That's how he died. And then she takes him to, 30 minutes away to this shallow grave location. Was there anything that you thought about in that moment related to your conversation that maybe you didn't before?
No, I thought about the charge, wanting endangerment or a manslaughter second.
Funny game.
I know when cases are pending, sometimes information isn't released, and we'll see how the prosecutors in this one kind of play it. I know you said you went to the area where the body was found.
Like always,
the wooded,
on
shallow
Google.
grave in a wooded area is where Jaden's body was found. What stood out to you about that location?
Well, Sheila and I, we made a video on it. It's not out yet, but we searched. It's a cornfield. It's across from John Little Road or Fork, off of right on Canoe. Little road goes up into the middle of what used to be a cornfield, and then there's a cemetery. Little cemetery is back on the hill. We don't know. We were all over the area.
Yep.
As of right now, I'm sure we was within 5 feet of it because we were everywhere. But they've covered it back over with debris or something. And there's no evidence markers. There's no tree markers. There's where you'll do a triangulation or try to measure for court purposes, which makes me think maybe there is a plea agreement because they didn't. It doesn't look. If we were in the right place, it doesn't look like
anything was disturbed or
it was the crime scene investigated. Now, I think we was in the right place because we found 2 pairs of surgical gloves, black surgical gloves, and we filmed them. But one of them was on one end of the field where you can see where vehicles had been in there. I figured it was the coroner's vehicle when I first saw that one. But then we went up to the cemetery, and there's another pair of gloves down below the cemetery off the hill. Fellow recognized us up there. We went to get us a drink, and somebody behind me said, Fred McCoy, out of the blue, and we're not from that area. So I said, where do you know me from? Because as a 40-year police officer, a lot of times it's somebody I've had dealings with. And he said, YouTube, I follow you on YouTube. And we said, we've been trying to find that place. He said, I'll show you where it's at. But we thought he was going to show us the exact spot. But he took us back to the cornfield where we had done been.
Yeah.
And so as of right now, I mean, it's in that area where she's supposedly buried, but that ground is harder than my head. And it's, unless we've really overlooked something, it was off the road more than what I think a woman could pull a, you've heard the old saying, dead weight. Dead weight is exactly what it means. It's not like pulling somebody by the arms that's going with you. When you're dead, you've got dead weight there. And I know he didn't weigh that much, but she didn't do this alone.
Yeah.
In my opinion, in 40-year law enforcement career.
Well, yeah, and I mean, for both of you to have spoken with her and to then see the developments of how this case went, I mean, I'm sure it's just been, it's emotional for everybody with how this went from a missing person case to a criminal case. And I want to thank both of you for joining us to talk about this. I know you're doing a lot of hard work, and we'll continue to watch on the Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures YouTube page. Fred and Sheila McCoy, it's great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, sir.
A not guilty plea was entered on Felicia Gross's behalf. She is currently being held on a $1 million bond. And again, at the time of this recording, she is the only person facing charges related to the death of Jaden Spicer. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify. I'm Chris Stewart.
Good. It should have. Yeah, I would have. If I gifted. Why did it use... Why did it use my islands? Happy I didn't have to fucking... Why are you using my islands? I guess this is getting priority because I can do shit with it, but that's still dumb. I don't want to use my fucking... Use colorless, stupid ass fucking game. Wait. No. This game wants you to lose, dude. Oh, no. See? I need the fucking islands. They really want expert. Hmm. Toby? Toby Keith? They all have ace. Oh, do they have ace, or is that just a graphic thingy? Oh, good. God damn. Bitch. Excuse me. I can't make a phone, right? I got no. I better do something. Create a token that's a copy of an artifact. Okay, I can. Oh, I should have did that. Will I get another? Yeah, I thought that. If it allows me to. Okay, what is this? I guess. Look. Oh, I should have fucking used that. My bad. Always fucking up. Turn on feature cards. Hell no. Counter spells for the win. That would have been a lot of feature cards, right? Yeah. Oh, dead. Cancel. I hate cards. just a it. Crazy. Good. Next. An otter. Oh, wow. What the hell? Poor little otter. Never had a chance. Oh. My mistake. That's a strong ass wall. And a wyvern. Or a drake, I mean. It's the Lord of the Ring. Bilbo Baggins. Bilbo Dabbins. No, that's Frobo. Dobo. Who the fuck is the Lord of the Rings? I'll be right back.
You choose her or not choose wrong. With the skipper hot. She's one cool, calm, DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style. He has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out, he's one tough con. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Huh. DK, Donkey Kong. Huh. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Huh. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper hop, she's one cool calm. Her DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. Huh. Finally, He's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew.
This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy.
Can't pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy.
Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge.
Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells.
You choose her or not choose wrong.
With a skipper heart,
She's one cool calm.
DK.
Donkey Kong.
He has no style. He has no grace.
This Kong has a funny face.
He can handstand when he needs to.
And stretch his arms out just for you.
Inflate himself just like a balloon.
This crazy Kong just digs his tune.
DK.
Donkey Kong.
DK.
Donkey Kong.
DK.
Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too.
And this time, he's in the mood.
He can fly real high with his jetpack on.
With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong.
He'll make you smile when he plays his tune.
But gremlins beware, cause he's after you.
DK. Donkey Kong.
Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew.
This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy.
Can't pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high,
but this comes one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges.
Yo, me back. Shit.
And if I want to talk about trending stuff, I think I should really stay in my lane and my field of expertise. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I want to get back to content that I think ultimately provides more positivity in the world rather than regurgitating pointless, meaningless drama, which does well in the short term, but is not good for your... You know, I've kind of went into this almost late-stage capitalist mindset. You know, one of the things...
I hate Mutahar, by the way.
Is obviously I would say that I cover a lot of trending stuff, and in some cases I definitely have probably fell into like the over coverage of like, you know, internet dramas, things of that nature.
Nicholas.
Segment for the night. The YouTuber Harmful Opinions, who reported on Mutahar over his false engineering claims, says the Canadian Enforcement Office will not punish Mutahar. Listen, I'm not gonna bash every single person who said that this was going to be, because this very well could have gone the other way. I don't know anything about Canadian law, but when I was watching Nick Andros' video, the first thing that came out of my mouth was, I don't care. I don't care about the legality of it.
I was like that too.
What's gonna happen? He could get fined, he could get arrested. It doesn't really affect my morality, and I don't think it's
It is
a
dumb,
particularly
but-
strong argument in a video that is such an easy slam dunk. What it was an overcommitment, something that's very common, I guess, in YouTube drama right now. And my chat did not like that answer because everything Mutahar does is objectively bad, and he is ontologically evil, and there is no nuance to this conversation.
Yeah. That's the truth, is that Mutahar is evil. But all I can say is, like, let him try to be evil and fail and just disappear. Then continue to fucking do anything, really. Which Mutahar quit, I guess.
Yeah, again, this isn't a Mutahar centric issue. I do think that, like, I have vocally been against doing like the legality in favor of morality and tying these arguments together in a pretty little bow, because I used to do this and I thought it was really stupid looking back on that content, and I don't need to justify. And again, Destiny is the perfect person to be involved in this segment that we're about to cover with Brad, because it's like, yeah, I think that a lot of people look to legality when they can't come to a conclusion about the morality of a situation, and that doesn't necessarily track.
Yeah, the thing is with like the legality arguments, if I sit here and I case everything in law, then I'm like no better than Not So Erudite, because Not So Erudite's entire moral compass is based off what is and what isn't illegal, because that's her move that she'll make to leave, right? I want people to realize that this is bad, whether it leads to a conviction or not. This is a behavior that is unacceptable, whether or not a court finds this person.
I think it's... I don't like it. Like, I don't like how Pirate Software can just, like, act like he knows everything. I don't like how Mutahar act like he knows everything. I can't act like I know everything. Sometimes I do act like I know everything. Because sometimes I feel like I know, like, enough knowledge about something to give an accurate answer, but I try not to pretend that I'm an engineer. I went to school for theater. I will say that I am a fucking actor or a director.
To be guilty of any one specific crime. The action in and of itself is bad enough. It should be condemned. Again, even if he doesn't go to jail, even if he doesn't go on the sex offender registry, even if he doesn't even get charged, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I'm making a moral judgment based off of what's here. If all that other stuff happens, whatever, okay. But I don't understand why people are using their morality and they're subbing in legality to make the argument for them, because they're too much of a coward to just admit that what happened was bad enough and they shouldn't be defending it. It's pathetic.
I don't care if what Mutahar did broke a niche Canadian law. I care that he lied about his credentials for a decade. And I think that most people would have been satisfied with that. But what you do when you kind of overextend is you give Mutahar the opportunity to dismiss everything as false, and there was a witch hunt, and they contacted the Ontario commission or whatever. This isn't supposed to sound scathing. It's just kind of me complaining about the way that chat engages with these topics, less so the YouTubers. But yeah, I don't care if he broke a niche Canadian law, and I don't care if he gets fined for it. I care that he did it, and he said that he did it, and that's bad. So yeah, again, I got like a lot of shit over this. People are arguing with me in my chat. They're like, "You're not taking this seriously" or whatever. And it's just like, well, hey. I have the video up here, and Nick Andros covered it. And again, good for Nick Andros.
It's all because of my lands.
These guys get shit wrong. They're the first ones to tell you, right? Damn it.
You claim to care about
I saw that one coming. I had that one.
Welcome, I'm Nick Andros. If you've seen my video, Mutahar has been a fake engineer for 10 years, you probably
So many people named Nick.
Conclusion that he's been claiming to be all different kinds
That's
of
my
engineer
name. I had it
based on
first.
computer work he
No, I
did in
didn't.
high school. All of that is true. He has presented himself as an engineer on his channel dozens of times, but on his live streams and podcasts, which not all of his main audience
Thank you for hitting
will
the goal,
see,
by the way.
he has admitted to being a dropout, that he hasn't been an engineer in years or eons, but he was still presenting himself as an engineer in the present tense, giving the false impression.
So yeah, what we got here, Mutahar came out, admitted that he lied about being an engineer. We've covered this in like 4 videos now. I think everyone is kind of up to date. If you're still saying, this is a nothing burger, why do we care if you lied about being an engineer? At this point, and maybe it's because I'm sick, maybe it's because I'm just tired of explaining it to you, I think you're kind of a lost cause. I recommend you watch other coverage. I don't think you will, but I think it's been like thoroughly documented that this is not like a specific out of the blue targeting of Mutahar, and is a pretty large piece when looking at like an overall timeline of this guy being a complete flake.
Disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer or a
Yes.
Canadian. I'm just a guy who
Always.
looks up online, and based on what I've read,
Like if you can't
It's
figure
always
out
been
after,
like this.
a year of coming in my chat asking why we're going after Mutahar, like right now in current day. I mean, at this point, I'm just pointing you to the playlist in the description. I don't know if I can sit here and run through a retread for 30 minutes every time to explain every individual thing again.
it's actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a licensed engineer. In a later part of the video, I made the same claim without actually couching it. At least Pirate Software's lies.
It is weird they're not
Then I
doing anything about
What
it.
Andros is saying is he cased it pretty well, and he gave it, I guess, the nuance it deserved in his video. And at one other point, he kind of seemingly said it with confidence, and then walked it back later. Ultimately, he believes, and I think most people do as well, that it contributed to the spread of misinformation, even if not intended.
Because using professional engineering titles such as computer engineer was a title violation. Harmful Opinions got sick of this.
Now, Harmful Opinions went and reported him, which I thought was an overreach. His intention wasn't to like, oh, let's try to get Mutahar the biggest possible shit and get him in trouble. It was like everybody is debating on the legality thing, which is kind of my problem with it. Let's just find
He
out.
deserves to be
Legal.
called a
And
fraud.
It's not. Long story short, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm not going to let fucking Nick Andros read the whole thing because I think it's a waste of our time. But ultimately,
And
they
he
kinda
shouldn't
turned
be
around and
getting
said,
the money he's
it would
getting.
be illegal if he said that he's an engineer in Ontario. That is how you say Ontario, by the way, in Ontario, right? But he wasn't. He was saying that he's a software engineer, a computer engineer, and it would play into it if he tried to claim credentials of that specific jurisdiction. So because he didn't do that, they closed the matter. And also they mentioned specifically here that Mutahar has issued an apology. So they think that at that point kind of satisfies it, and they're closing the case, which makes sense. I think this is like a good lesson to learn for a lot of people who read these TOS things and think, oh, okay, I have like mangled this into what I need it to be, so you have violated TOS, or like, hey, I know nothing about the law and I can't really find a law tuber to even look at this, or I mean, some cases law tubers just get everything wrong anyway. But like, I'm reading this and it sounds like it violates the law, therefore it must violate the law. This is probably like a good metric to view these situations through, because if you look at that law, it kind of looks like Mutahar did something illegal, and then you reach out to the governing body that decides it or investigates it and comes to conclusions about it, and they're like, no, this is not actually what we meant. We need you to like say that you're an Ontario software engineer, right? And then at that point they'll look to like serve a fine, right? So I think there's a good lesson to be had here for fucking sure. My buddy Nick Ricada has told me. Ontario. It's a very specific law, but clearly it's so specific. Wait, hold on. It's a very specific law, yes, but it's not so specific where you can just read it because they got it wrong. You know?
Nick Oreo.
Thank you so much,
Mr.
Lamanda.
Oreo.
So yeah, that's the. I think the rest of this is just promotion for new videos coming out. A bit of the accounting guy that we checked out in a previous stream. His video is pretty good on the Carl and Mutahar coverage with Gerard the Completionist. But yeah, so that's kind of the end of that story. For now, I guess. I think Nick Andros is still making his big Mutahar video. This was supposed to be the appetizer, and as you can look at his YouTube channel, it very much did not do appetizer numbers. It was like the whole entree. So I'm interested to see what he comes with next. I noticed that him and Harmful have had to kind of issue these like apology videos. I mean, at this point, I think there's so much stuff to talk about with Mutahar. Is it really worth taking excessive risks to kind of give this guy a lot of room to claw back from? That's how you get Mama Max, right? Mama Max comes back because you make bad claim. I don't like how every time a YouTuber goes down, they relitigate the past and they find new reasons to go like bad YouTubers again. But yeah, I don't know, that's just me. Maybe you guys, do you not like that? I don't like that. Do you like that? Not a huge fan when that happens. But yeah, Mutahar's lie was legal, but that's not the point. It should have been the title. Why? I don't think that Nick Andros felt the need to cope. Do you think he needed to cope? I think that looks inherently worse. Like, you sound like you're more I think that saying Mudahar's engineer lie was legal is like a totally apt descriptor. He doesn't have to start the video and sound super defensive, being like, "Hey guys, listen, I was wrong, but I'm actually super right, and I'm actually it's still bad, guys. It's still bad." It sounds like Carl's response. Yeah, you know what I mean? It just sounds like you don't have to be like you could just say your piece and then move on. It's cool that we're so used to the Carl Jobstein responses. The fuck? All right, we'll cover it. But Mudahar just uploaded a Brad video. It appears to be a 14-minute from the heart OBS recording. I will be downloading it right now. Oh man, dude, hold on. All right, boys and gals, me Mudahar here, closing the group tabs, boys, the group tabs, because Mudahar has just dropped a brand new me Mudahar here. It's fucking 12 o'clock at night. I'm sleepy, and Mudahar just tried to beat out the live stream right now. Didn't want us to talk about this, so we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna hear what he has to say. I would be shocked if this isn't about what we're thinking it is. Now, my question to you is he gonna take the Nick Andros clip that we saw earlier and be like, "All right, boys and gals, so I did not do anything illegal"? Is he gonna lock into that? Is he gonna completely deflect and this has nothing to do with them? We'll just abruptly end stream without saying anything, or is he gonna just go into everything? Let's see. No spoilers. Going in. Who boy? Him Mudahar. Dark room, no red background. What the fuck?
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and ladies and gentlemen, I got some late night thoughts. You ever try to fall asleep and insomnia kind of flashbangs you?
Oh man, please, 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 God, is it about YouTube ID?
And you're just completely awake? Well, that's where we're at. Thank God, no sleep paralysis. Now, I wanted to kind of talk about some stuff here. I just wanted to like kind of talk with the community, if you will, talk with the people watching.
Dude, at this point, it could go any way. It could go any way. We should do live betting odds if this has nothing to do with the drama.
I usually hate these kind of videos because, generally speaking,
yeah, because this Brad tasted response video strategy doesn't really work. I get it.
I should just upload and move on and.
Oh no! Oh no, dude! Oh no!
Kind of videos because, generally speaking, I should just upload and move on and sort of like do my stuff. But I was watching some older videos of mine, and to be fair with you, it's sometimes ideal to just kind of course correct a little bit. Now, one thing I want to start off by saying is, people on the internet have burnout, and to an extent,
Okay, it looks like okay, wait, hold on. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about that. Dude, this guy is weaving me right now. Okay, wait, maybe this isn't it.
I would say that there is some level of burnout that occurs, and it's not just because, I upload, videos around daily. Something that,
Sometimes you just gotta slam Lolicon in the thumbnail, right?
I've kind of been doing, and I'm sure some people have noted for, like, the last...
That's what Nux was, that's Nux's burnout? I don't think this is it. I'm not sold that this is gonna be a fucking response video.
That's, like, couple, years, is that, obviously, the content that I've made is not so much diversified. I was watching videos from, 2019, 2020, and some of them were wild, okay? You got videos as old as Weeaboo Screamer Cringe, where, the Muda laugh meme came out of, and then I was watching videos where apparently, I was playing, obscure Japanese PS2 games about bomb defusals. And one of the reasons why I'm making this video is my internet just died. I think some drunk asshole ran into, a data center.
It's not. It's literally just a random rant video. I am shocked. He literally, it's not the drama. It's not gonna be the drama. We're not getting anything here.
And completely destroyed the internet, okay? I am loading pictures slower than the AOL.
He seems fucking delusional.
Dial-up days, which, by the way,
what is he talking about?
Is dying. So the thing about it is I played, an old PS2 game. I played some Grand Theft Auto, obscure Brazilian trash on the PS2, and I had a pretty good damn time doing it. Now,
by the way, it's funny because this is literally the same quality of an average Mudahar video.
The thing about YouTube is
he's engineered this perfectly.
One of the things that I kind of have noticed that I've done for the last, I'd say 24 months even, right, is, I kind of went into this almost late-stage capitalist mindset.
What? Wait, what are you talking about?
One of the things is, obviously, I would say that I cover a lot of trending stuff. And in some cases...
Oh my god, is he quitting drama again? Oh no, please tell me he's not quitting drama twice. Oh no.
Definitely have probably fell into, the over-coverage of, internet drama.
Oh my god, he's eating the pirate software fucking... Oh wow.
Things of that nature. And, I'm not gonna just say that I wouldn't want to cover something that I'm interested in, because generally, if I'm interested in something, I'm gonna talk about it. As is what the point of a YouTube channel is.
Dude, how many times is he gonna make this fucking video? I can't believe this.
Oh,
I
shit.
really can't believe this, dude. God, okay.
But watching a lot of the older stuff that I did, where I was hunting for Bigfoot and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, not even really, the deep web, the deep web stuff is cool, but I was watching older haunted gaming, creepypasta videos and everything too. And it's funny, watching old creepypasta videos, it's most of it was just, I would get home, I would sit in
when he makes these rant videos, we gotta put together a fucking game where we can all try to do betting odds to see which one it's gonna be.
In front of the creepypasta wiki, I'd find me something that was absolutely through it, do a little analysis, and then just kind of upload it. I wouldn't say that any video that I've uploaded is a technical masterpiece. It really is just me putting together something that I find interesting, uploading it. And I feel 2019, 2020, 2021 is probably the best gosh darn era that I've actually enjoyed on the internet. I think that was when I was most diverse. And one of those things is, obviously, I think I should probably just go back to it. Now, one of the reasons.
Oh my god, he's really remaking this video again. This is literally the beginning of his Metal Gear video when he was crying about the Nux controversy. It's the same fucking dude. He's such a liar. It's insane.
That's why, like, I make this video.
Every time this guy gets like a little bit of flack, he's like, actually, guys, I think that I remember the Linux days, and when I was chasing Bigfoot in the woods, that was like really good times on YouTube. So, and then he realizes he's not making any money, and then he comes back and he covers the next drama, and he just does this over and over and over and over and over.
But obviously, there's a lot of people that say, I wish you talked about creepypastas. I wish you uploaded this. And generally, whenever I do upload that kind of stuff,
no, don't ping the Discord. This is not going to go anywhere.
Videos tend to absolutely tank in terms of performance. And that's
oh my god, he's telling the truth. It literally just doesn't do well. That's why he keeps making drama.
Something that's like super duper shocking to me. It's just par for the course, right? And generally, people love the trending stuff. People like any internet controversy discussion a lot more than the traditional standard stuff. That's just how the internet tends to work in that space. But that doesn't necessarily mean that shifting the shift of all my content to that was ever a good idea.
You also pulled in a ton of subscribers who were there for drama because you became like the completionist guy and like the Mama Maxian man and like the fucking dude, the Keffels documentary dude. Like when me and Carl were talking about who should make the video on fucking Dark Viper, the guy was Mudahar, right? That was the dude.
And that's just one of the things where, like, ultimately, I want to kind of ask you guys, what really is it that you guys want to watch from, like, that 2019, 2020, 2021 era? One of the things that, I kind of have fallen into, and I think most creators can agree with this, I've actually talked to a couple creators like this, there's a mentality that happens to you when, you make YouTube videos and you kind of run into this, like, snowball effect, where, when one video style does really well,
Dude, you went in ChatGPT and they, like, remake my intro.
You tend to do more of it because that's really what YouTube, as a platform, algorithmically, systemically, actually rewards you for. But that's the problem. You fall into the algorithm rot, and that's just you basically putting yourself into a corner. And that's one of the things that I've never really considered myself in. I've always considered myself to be, like, generally somebody that uploads a pretty diverse range of stuff. Back then it was like, you talk about a creepy.
Dude, he already said this. This video is 14 minutes long. He's already sentence already.
Or you play fucking Revenge of the Sunfish or some crazy weird video game. And generally speaking, it's like I was never like the most, I would say, like viewed person, but it was like, everything that I would just kind of post would generally appeal to this, fan base that I would have. And I feel like, in the last like 12, 24 months, I've kind of just alienated myself away from that. And I've been on like old Discord communities and
Wait, how in the last 12 months if you quit drama in November?
Communities of mine, just kind of talking to like older fans. And I've really come to this just realization that, at this point I have to stop jumping into this like YouTube, avalanche of like algorithm seeking nonsense. I should just go back to what it is that I've done, regardless of what it does to my channel or whatever going forward. The reality of this is this is not coming from a place of me wanting to go back to an older channel just out of nowhere.
Yes, it is.
A lot of this comes from just me.
It's probably a game.
I don't think
I can't do anything about it.
I'm not saying that like I'm.
Oh my god, he's quitting. He's quitting. Oh no.
No shit.
Dead or something. It's just that for the last like.
Oh no, guys! I'm like 28 years old. It's time for me to retire. Hoo boy, me Mudahar here. Day trade ahoy.
A couple years, I really have just been thinking. I really have just been thinking of like getting out of this and sort of like doing something else with life. And sometimes life brings in a lot of beautiful things that sort of take you away from the hobbies that you have. And
dude, he just learned empathy. No.
I'll let you interpret what that means. But the idea is that my life is heading to a place where I'm getting older. I gotta be focusing more on things like
Nicholas the Goat, thank you for the $5, my man.
Oh my god, thank you for making me pause on this clip. That is a perfect thumbnail. Holy shit, dude. Look at that pause.
Something of that nature. Basically, I don't really think that I have more than like a year, maybe 2 years of kind of making like...
This guy's going nowhere, by the way, just to be clear. This is a fucking lie. This guy's leaving like Diesel Patches, who was in my chat yesterday.
Daily style of videos. That doesn't mean that I'll always like go away. Like I think I'll always just kind of upload here and there. It's just, there's gonna be a point where, I just do not post.
He watched the South Park episode about getting older and realizing everything is shit. And he's like, shit, man, that's me.
Multiple times a week. It's gonna be a point where I'm gonna post maybe once a week or maybe once a month. And sometimes maybe even less than that. Simply because like life takes you in a different sort of spot. But I feel like before that time comes, I kind of do want to just...
Is he quitting? He says he's quitting in like 2 years. He's not.
Go back to like a 2019, 2020, 2021 era Mudahar. I want to just kind of like upload goofy what the fuck game.
If you don't care about the money and if you don't care about doing YouTube, then why are you putting a time limit on you leaving the algorithm? This makes no sense. You either are going to chase the algorithm for 2 more years, make as much money as you can and leave, or you're going to do shittier content or content that other people enjoy that ultimately won't yield as much viewership, right? Shittier content might be wrong. Maybe there's better content, but then you're gonna lock yourself into a 2-year like verbal contract, or I don't know. Like it just doesn't make any sense. If you want to make the stuff that you enjoy, you don't care about the algorithm. You can do that endlessly. Nobody's telling you that you have to quit and do, because you could post like, instead of posting daily, you could post once a week. You could post a couple times a month. You don't have to stop doing YouTube. You could just dial it back. If you want to have kids, post videos more infrequently. But like, it feels like this retirement thing is 2 reasons. 1, he can't handle the heat in Hell's Kitchen, which is very obvious. And 2, it feels like he wants to prove that he has other employment because people are bullying him for saying that he's jobless. So he's like, okay.
Because all this time, people who defend him, and even he himself, will say things like, YouTube is just my side job. So this is supposed to indicate that he has a actual fucking real big time job making money. YouTube isn't his main job. And that's what people would always say when they defend him. And you hate on it. Like I would hate on him on a Reddit. And people would say, oh, this is just a side job for YouTube. So he has on this like fucking facade like, I don't think he actually has a big time job at all, or whatever he's been lying about this entire time.
I'm jobless. I'll retire then, and I'll quit YouTube because I am so employed. I can just afford to do that.
Style videos where I just play the most obscure shit for my channel. You know, one of the things that I really loved watching was like me when I had insomnia. I woke up at 3 in the morning, and I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna help people relive PlayStation 2 Grand Theft Auto San Andreas like Bigfoot hunting. And I
This is
did
so
that, and
fucking
I had
funny.
probably some of the most fun during that video. Now, the thing is, obviously going back to that style.
I shouldn't have
we rely on trending stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna get less views. I got that. I heard it when you said it 6 minutes ago.
did that.
Obviously, I'm gonna just say right now, going into the future, I don't think I'm gonna perform as well.
I should have casted that first. My bad.
And one of those things is obviously
Mudahar got bullied into literally suing his channel.
It's completely okay. I know that's like outlandish. Like, you know, a creator should probably think of.
They would have been getting more tokens. So.
There's like a Darth Viper playing here.
Constantly upping the numbers until like it reaches an unhealthy degree, and that is what it is. It's just unhealthy. You know, this is not like a capitalist situation where like, you know, if you're pulling in, you know, like
What the fuck does that mean? Capitalist situation. Why do you say that?
32. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, you just fall into this like psychotic life where ultimately your content suffers, you suffer, and ultimately, I would say everything just suffers at that point.
I mean, I post every other day. I stream and post a video every day, and I feel like if I need to, I can just shut off the computer and do other stuff. And I had a good time doing it. I don't know. I feel like I haven't fallen into a psychotic rut in the 2 years that I've been daily streaming, or a year and a half rather. I haven't had that problem. Well, I guess every other day most recently. Some of those were like a couple of times a month last year.
So realistically for me, I want to just kind of go back to, you know, a lot of that, like, even before 2020, to be honest, like 2017, 2018, I think that was like a peak era, and I should just go back to playing like a lot of older like
Peak era.
I should go back to a lot of like deep web stuff, not even just deep web stuff, to be honest.
He doesn't even know what he
Deep web
wants. That's funny. He's like literally exploring this in the rant video.
I've seen so many goddamn websites at this point that, to be real with you, I could not do it.
This guy would make fun of Tipster for being flaky and then leaving and coming back on Twitter. It's actually so fucking funny, dude. It is so fucking funny how hard this guy just got fucking mauled.
Almost every week, maybe like every 2 weeks, simply due to the fact that there is just so much of the same Hitman, you know, website. But I've generally like gotten a lot of love for like creepypasta stuff recently, and I never thought I'd be saying that. I've really actually fallen back into creepypasta love.
This is literally the Nux. That's what I said in the beginning. We're just watching the Nux video again.
I've been actually on the creepypasta wiki. I've been like reading spooky stories. I've been on the spookier side of like 4chan paranormal again, and
I'm like homelandering right now. Like I think you should. Quit. No, you should quit. I think you should quit.
I feel like looking back, some of the videos that I made, the ones that just randomly banged, looking at like weird creepy 4chan threads, or like, you know, talking about like that one obscure video game creepypasta, or sometimes looking at like that one creepy YouTube channel, you know, or the YouTube ARG. That's just really where I should be focusing my attention and my time into. I feel like I've dipped my toe too much.
I'm gonna try one more rank, and then I might switch my game.
Is he like on fucking drugs? What is this video? I feel like he's stroking out right now. He just keeps saying the same thing over. This video is 2 sentences long.
It's so weird.
The long run for it, right? Like I think like the last 24 months,
I recommend watching Nicholas Diorio's.
He's probably
latest
just
video.
sleep deprived, but
probably suffered the most in terms of just like the quality of the video that I've been making about it too, right? Like I don't want to say that I've just been like slop tubing it. Like, you know, I've always been like a daily uploader. If you think of
But you literally did say that last time. You literally said that you were slop tubing it. And your content really hasn't changed. You just covered less drama. You're still doing drama. Where's the was it GoldenEye? What was it? Mudahar.
Does he ever play video games?
No, I'm not saying that I make slop, but like just watch this video.
I read a lot of comments from people diehard in the community, you know, people who want more deep web stuff. Maybe make it a weekly thing.
I'm not kidding. It's the same fucking video.
Which
It's
I'm
just
saying.
7 months later.
For months now, but obviously when you get caught up in like
And he's admitting that he already had been saying this prior.
the whole content drama mill, you do get lost in the sauce. So I want to bring
He also made another one where he was talking about quitting politics before he did a debate on Israel-Palestine with Vadim.
that back weekly, maybe not this week because, you know, this video just came out, but, you know, maybe cover things like virus investigations, obviously, you know, go back to Linux stuff, which there is a lot to talk about there. Gaming, a lot to talk about there. We just had the Crazy Game Awards. And if I want to talk about trending
And he just didn't
stuff, I think I should really stay in my lane and my field of expertise and cover crazy stuff like Scam2a, which both of us went offline at the same time, and only one of us has been back so far. And of course, beyond all of that, I definitely want to talk about alien stuff for sure, because it is a passion of mine, and I think I really should be tapping more into the passions that I have. My old videos from like 8-9 years ago were not just slop. You'd be fucking surprised, okay? Playing some dog shit stupid PS2 game probably falls into that same category if people are being charitable. But at least back then, I feel like I was really carved
Yeah, and my area of expertise is funny too. He's not mentioning engineer there. He's talking about covering scams, so he just thinks he's good at it.
out like the weird side of the internet that nobody was uploading and just enjoying my time there. You know, one of the things that I want to do is just kind of go back to that. And again, like I said, I hate making these kind of videos, but one of the reasons that I wanted to make this video is to get my thoughts out, to sort of talk a little bit to the community about it. But also, I do want to ask you guys, like, what specifically from that old era do you guys really genuinely want to see? And again, I don't want to just hear like deep web browsing or something of that nature, right? It's like there's got to be some stuff, you know, from like the
Did his neighbor just shut off the light? Dude, that's the real deep web, is that his fucking backlighting of his neighbor's house just went off. That's so funny because his video is now darker. That's so crazy. Muda, hey, everyone clicks. I low-key pooped my pants thinking Mudahar had drama. Oh my god, dude.
The gaming era. My neighbor finally fell asleep.
For real?
He just acknowledged it. That's so funny.
The gaming era.
I think it just one-shot you like that? That's so stupid.
Honestly, Mudahar is such a fucking
Dude, they need to ban that card.
lighting from his neighbor's house.
Weird games in general, right? Like, I legitimately laughed out loud the other night. I was watching myself playing Sonic, like it was a Sonic Dreams.
You absolutely scalped this video meant for his fans because he keeps.
Why do they ban so many other cards but
He's
leave?
quit drama so many times. He quit politics. He quit drama. He quit drama again. He called his content slop. He's revoked the label. Dude, he just keeps making this video.
Collection. I was watching.
Oh, I could have blocked it too, couldn't I?
Okay, I don't
And lived, I think.
I actually fucking laughed at it like an actual hyena. And I feel like, that's just where I want to be at. Even reading the comments from like videos like that, I feel like there was just a genuine amount of good positivity I was putting in there.
Yeah, we got
Opposed
more.
to, just
I was sitting reading comments from 7 years ago, like the picture of fucking what's his name, looking at like Wolverine.
yapping about the daily stuff that I have an interest in. Obviously, that's why I upload it. But I really just feel like, at the end of the day, if that's where I'm going at, if that's the route that I'm going down, I should probably stop right now. Because ultimately, I don't want to just be like the daily like news yapper guy. I don't want
This guy is gonna post something stupid like this week.
to be like the daily, Asmongold, Charlie. No disrespect to any of those guys, but that never was me, and I don't think that.
Bro, I was absolutely. That was you. That was fucking you. That was you. That was 100% you.
Should be me. But yeah, I kind of want to talk about this. I'm rambling on a bit, but ultimately I have to do something because insomnia is a bitch. Sleep paralysis is an absolute bitch. But I want to talk about this because, again, it's something in my head. I wanted to discuss stuff. And again,
I had sleep paralysis
He
once.
literally is Brad tasting the defeat right.
I used to have sleep paralysis when I was like a teenager, but as soon as I started like exercising regularly and like doing like changing my life up, it went away. I haven't really had an episode in a while. I've had different things happen to me, but that's also due to, I think, unhealthy living, but
playing a goofy PlayStation 2 game, and it was probably some of the most fun I've ever had. Obviously, going forward, going back to that classic style of content and not relying on trends or doing that kind of stuff is ultimately a net negative to the channel. But net negative in terms of the, I guess you could say metrics, right? And YouTube just shouldn't be metrics. Like at the end of the day, this is not what I do. This is something that obviously I have to be retiring from at some point, and I got to be focusing on other ventures. But
How old is this guy, dude? This is insane.
From now to the time we get to that stage,
I'm older than him. I'm 40.
I was some ordinary gamers, not
Next
off-brand
month.
version of whatever talking head you see on the internet these days. But ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think in the comment section below. Obviously, I will still be deep diving into things. I think that art is still like that stuff I still want to do. But I just want to ask you, what do you guys want to particularly see? And especially if there's any specific topic, especially in that horror space. If you guys,
I want you to talk about Nuxtaku and why you deleted your video that you made.
Absolutely would like to cover things like.
I think you should cover Nuxtaku.
I just saw Keffel's tweet.
And ultimately, I just want to ask you what you want to see.
And shed some light on your decisions there.
Maybe it's just me, but I'm finding this pretty Muda hard to swallow.
Can I ask you a question? This is like somebody in the comment section. I don't know who the fuck just said this, but why do you have to announce that you're formally retiring from your hobby? What's going on here, man? What's happening? Why do you have to formally retire from a fun hobby?
See? Because if I'm gonna upload something, I at least want to upload something that the community wants to see, not just because ultimately it's like a fucking team effort here. You know what I mean? It's like we have to be able to communicate and meet in the middle in that regard.
I mean, that's like Mudahar announces he's retiring from his hobby to pursue family life. I don't. Okay.
This is just me yapping. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully I can pass out. Hopefully I can go to bed. I am out.
You probably watched the stream right now where we're talking about it. It's so bizarre. That's crazy. What are the comments on this? If I can actually hit the button, Jesus. Please do not make drama super slop.
Is Dark Vibe AU a virgin? No, I am not.
You should
Why
like
would
get
so
mad at
many
the people who
be
watch those
completely
videos. No matter where life takes you, Muda, you'll be. I wish for like a month we would live it like something could happen in the minds of everybody. They get like confused, and the drama pull dies, and it's replaced with van life content. Could you imagine if every fucking drama YouTuber was forced to buy a van and drive across the country to get their viewership back? How fucking funny that would be. Like all of a sudden, for like 28 weeks, drama is outlawed, and you have to start a van life YouTube channel. It's like The Purge, but for like every dude, serial killer bonanza. Oh man. If you go like Boo Boy Me Mudahar here, you lose. Oh wow. That popped up out of nowhere. Hey hey. Yeah, please God, stop doing drama. I don't watch it. Love your channel though. Oh my, bring back troll pastas. Dude living next to a castle. Howdy.
Hello guys.
This video
and gals,
probably
Mudahar.
has like 40,000. I don't know how fast this thing is going, but it's definitely not a 12K. Like this shit is like way off. It's
Why didn't that work?
Of real time. Yeah. Hit dislike.
Hello.
That'll show him, dude. Yeah, I missed it. Yeah, nah, dude, there it is. No one will ever know how many likes or dislikes it has. It'll be over. Hey, what's going on? Future
Oh, they got to draw 2 cards. My bad.
Hard
I
video
wasn't
here,
paying
and people I've
attention.
noticed from different segments. So I thought this is as good a time as I need to have one that I pulled off the cutting room floor and haven't uploaded yet. The reason for that was after we did a short segment on Mudahar's adventure into a rabbit hole to find illegal material that was posted in YouTube comment sections, Mudahar then released a clarifying video explaining exactly what my issues were with the segment. So it didn't make sense to post that with this available and not do an update. I mentioned it briefly on stream. Other things took priority, but I intended to always kind of update the segment and put it somewhere eventually. And this is probably
probably the best place. I'm going to give you the information right now to prime you with this knowledge, so when you watch the following segment when I wasn't privy to it, you already have the answers, and then I'm going to put it at the end and give a bit more of my opinion on it there. So long story short, Mutahar was like targeting what is essentially kind of a CP ring. There are tons of bots on YouTube who are posting these links. Many of them say like fucking CP in bio or something like that. In this case, it was just one person who was like calling him slurs and shit in his comment section and had a Discord linked back. So my criticism for Mutahar is for the majority of these accounts, you just can report them to YouTube, and that would probably be the best way to go about it. I think it's a bit reckless to throw on a virtual machine and dive headfirst into these servers because you don't know what you're going to run into. Now, the clip I'm about to show you, Mutahar said he didn't see anything, which is good. That's a good thing that happened. But I think you're putting yourself in a position to see explicit content when you're entering servers that are seemingly for that. I think that's best left to law enforcement, not internet vigilantes, which Mutahar seems to think that he isn't.
Now, when I made that video, one thing that I have to kind of clarify is obviously
to think that he isn't. I think that's best left to law enforcement, not internet vigilantes, which Mutahar seems to think that he isn't.
I hate the internet vigilantes. I hope they all die.
Now, when I made that video, one thing that I have to kind of clarify is obviously even somebody on a Reddit came in and was like, are you doing anything illegal by going down these rabbit holes? And I have to just straight up say, in my entire career on YouTube, I've never, even accidentally come across, illegal material on the internet. Generally speaking, what you do is anytime you find something like, for instance, let's say that you're on, your search engine and this Wikipedia page for the word white, right? If you feel that this link contains something illegal, it's not impossible for you to copy that link address and immediately paste it into the FBI cyber tips tool or the relevant authority, okay?
That being said, this video kind of escalated a bit when Mutahar traversed to a website forum that appeared to have even worse stuff on it. At that point, I thought this is just like kind of outside the scope of what I think a YouTuber should be investigating. And that was just the bulk of my criticism. Obviously, Mutahar has released a follow-up video where he announced that like, hey, listen, they saw the video and they sent an email letting them know that they were age restricting Mutahar's video and they just accepted more info from Mutahar. So like, listen, all right, if YouTube just reached out of the blue, saw Mutahar's video and let them know they're age restricting it, good on Mutahar. It like got on their radar, and that's like a good thing. And obviously, I want to acknowledge that. I also appreciate that he clarified a lot of the issues that my section had. So with that, I think I've given like the proper context, and I will see you at the end of the segment for like a little brief rundown of what I think.
All right, we got a palate cleanser here, and I wanted to cover this and kind of go over this with my audience. I understand there are people who think I'm too hypercritical on Mutahar, but Mutahar is the Mama Max guy. So I was watching this new video, and I was, I guess this video got age restricted. That's great. I'm sure this one will too. But I had a bit of a weird thought watching this video, and I couldn't really understand why Muta did this. And I sat there, I actually fleshed it out with Hoggy last night. I asked him a ton of questions about this, and he kind of, he gave me the pushback that I think I needed to hear before I fired up this segment and acted significantly more rude to Mutahar. But Mutahar made a video about CP bots on YouTube. This is an ongoing issue, but it is ongoing. Everyone kind of already knows that there are weird bots that post like illegal fucking, they say they have illegal material and they push people off the Discord servers. It mostly happens on channels like Mutahar's and like Charlie's, and that's kind of common, right? That will happen, and YouTube deletes these comments and then they make new accounts and they post this stuff, and it's obviously not right, but most people are aware this is something that's going on, right? It's every big YouTuber. Yeah, it literally is every big YouTuber. But Mutahar has decided to make a video exposing it, which, fine, absolutely. Go after them, King. It's just the way that... Thank you for the 5 gifted. It's the way he goes about it that I find fairly confusing, and I didn't know if it was a case of the Mutahars that I seem to have, or if it was just legitimately jarring coming from the Mama Max guy. So I want my audience to tell me if I'm being too harsh here, instead of me coming in here just bashing the fuck out of Mutahar for 20 minutes before I get to my argument. I would like
Is it time to
me and tell me if I am being too harsh on him.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen,
Wait, what?
I gotta be pretty...
Does my mic sound really blown out right now? Should I change it up? Is it time to talk? Is it time to watch cows? Is it time to watch LOL? Help. I forgot what time I had to take my husband to work, but it's not until 3, so... And I forgot everything else. Are you still there? Can you hear me? Riley, I'm scared. I'm panicking. Maybe I should lower my mic a bit. Is it? What? Hello? Riley, I'm panicking. Can you hear me? I was listening to fucking YouTube videos. Are you there? Does this sound better? Should I talk like this? Am I gonna die to fucking dumb shit? I don't know what else to do. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Well, my deck sucks. Peaking at all times. Oh yeah, it is. Oops, I lost my game. What is the deal? What is going on? All right, my dad. Oh, I gotta get going soon. I'll probably be on later. I might play something else. Maybe Street Fighter. Or I might have to work on my decks. Because I am not finding anything in this season. This season's really fucking stupid. I haven't really done anything with the new cards yet, so that's my own fault. But so much stuff gets rotated out, and it pisses me off so much. What am I doing? Yeah. I don't know what else to do with this one. I've actually taken out. I didn't get any fucking restoration match. I was hoping to just get that. Gain some money. But it's hard. Anyway, I'm gonna get going for now. I'll be back later. Just gonna have a friend and do stuff. It's cool. I'll be back later. Bye. Later. I'll be back later. Bye.